everybody, and 114 teams competing here today. 57 trophy bars and championship final, all here. We are underway here, end-to-end stuff, as we said.
It's a beautiful, beautiful shot. The atmosphere is just building and building and building. It's great.
First ever British wheelchair basketball final.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught!
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Goes it alone, like an enemy in the night. Mission impossible for two.
They've been creating the wall of noise.
Coaches, players, spectators up off their seats.
Finds it in and converts this time.
And that is it. And the cheers all around. Absolute wall of noise.
It was the final that we wanted.
So they are the supporters who you've been hearing. Huge celebrations.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance in 2023.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at Loughborough for day 2 of the BUCS and Teach First Tennis Super League weekend. The event that sees the top 6 universities in the nation battle it out for those all-important BUCS points. I'm Pippa Horn and I'll be commentating alongside the legendary Scott Duncan.
Hello again. Lovely to be here. Excited for another great day's tennis.
Well, we had a fantastic day of tennis yesterday. And some interesting results as well. It was Nottingham men's first team who defeated the reigning champions Stirling. Scott was a little disappointed with that one.
Devastated is actually the word you're looking for. Devastated.
And we also saw a pretty convincing win for the Bath men's team. They defeated Leeds Beckett University 5-1, as did Loughborough, who defeated Durham, and that was a clean slate, 6-0. On the women's side, it was Durham, who we saw on court 6 yesterday. They defeated Loughborough with a pretty convincing 4-2 win. Bath, another clean slate, 6-0 against Leeds Beckett, women's first team. And our first draw of the season, it was Nottingham 3 and Stirling 3 on the women's side. But let's turn our attention to today's matchup. This side of the net we have Leeds Beckett University, and they'll face reigning champions Stirling University. That's Ewan Moore on the right and his partner Liam Hignett on the left. And this side of the net we have Webster and Meadows. So Scott, give us a little bit of background information on your Stirling boys.
Well, Sterling boys, so on the left we have Liam Hignett, and just about to sit down we have Ewan Moore. Liam is new to Stirling this year. He was formerly on the TAS player coach programme at Exeter. That's a programme that basically gets players a little bit of funding to keep sort of playing tournaments as well as sort of boosting their coaching qualifications. So yeah, he's now a first year at Stirling. He's made the change. He won his debut yesterday, and he's excited to go today. Ewan Moore is doing another undergrad at Stirling. He formerly was at college in the States. He went to, was it Drake University? No, it wasn't. It was Tulane. He went to Tulane University. So he came to Stirling 2 years ago, and he's doing another undergrad.
And that's Marcus Meadows for Leeds Beckett, who just took that first return. He's in his third year, second year of his uni degree, as he did do a foundation. Studies sports and exercise science. He's a very aggressive game style, likes to come forward, so I'm sure we'll see lots of that today.
Yeah, he has a very, very big serve. I can tell you that from personal experience, unfortunately.
Have you been on the receiving end of the Marcus Meadows serve?
I believe I have, yeah. National Premier League, I think, 2 years ago.
Well, that's not bad serving from Liam Hignett either, is it?
No, I think this is going to be a battle of the serves. All four guys have big serves on the court today.
Yeah, those body returns, so difficult to read at the net, aren't they?
Yeah.
Difficult to react to more than anything, especially with that position that Moore takes. Very aggressive one, close to the net. And we can't forget, it is 17 minutes past 9 in the morning. Do we think these guys are awake yet?
I need about 12 coffees in me to be awake for this time, so... And Gregor Webster, who's taking this return. He's just joined, fitted in really well. Fresher and 18 years old. And superb athlete, you can see that already. Really good hustler, makes a lot of balls, likes to be physical. And the first sudden death juice point of the match. Don't ask me to predict it, please.
Yeah, solid play there from Sterling. Actually, weren't that successful yesterday in the sudden death juice points. There were a lot of them, especially in the opening doubles. And I wonder if that's the strategy today, to come out and just be a little bit tighter on those key points.
Yeah, there were certainly chances there for the Leeds pair. Good return, actually good first volley by Liam. And yeah, they've done enough to get out of that, force the error from Meadows. Oh! think he might have hit himself in the face there.
Oof.
What's his dampener? Maybe
Oof.
caught him in the eye.
Not often you see that. Well, I suppose when you're getting a serve coming at you at that pace.
That's alright, that's a nice little wakey for him.
Yeah, that's Marcus Meadows, who's banging down those serves. Marcus, actually his English name. He does have a Greek one as well. For anyone wondering why we're not referring to him as Vasily.
Good hit.
And Scott, what's a returner to do when you are receiving a serve coming at that pace?
Well, for me, first thing I do is take a couple of steps back and try and not necessarily return from that position, but walk into the return, try and get some momentum going into it, because it's a heavy ball coming at you.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, make the ball, because especially with a server like that, he's used to getting cheap points. So if you can make him play as many balls as possible, even play the net, make the net guy play as many balls as possible, the cumulative pressure will add up at some point.
Well, it's not just a hard serve, it's very well placed as well. You could see that right into the backhand corner there of Hignett, and especially on the back, the backhand wing. He does have a one-handed backhand.
I quite like the chip return though.
Oof. Great pick up there. And it's certainly helped by the courts as well. They're pretty fast, I would say. It's quite high bouncing as well. What are the courts like at Stirling?
Courts at Stirling are actually very slow for indoor courts. Really kick up. These are a bit more slick. You can get the ball through the court a bit more. But actually have a decent bounce on them. They're not too quick, so it does make for some good tennis.
And that's Ewan Moore serving, 24-year-old, second year. Word on the street is he's carrying a slight ab strain. Perhaps why he's taking a little bit of pace off his first serve, but nonetheless, a player to watch this season. He achieved a career high ranking of 949 in the world. Good fake there from Hignett. And Moore, a world junior singles ranking of 44. It just goes to show the level of university tennis in the UK.
Generous call that, I think.
Well, let's just give a little recap for those of you who are just joining us. You're watching the BUCS Teach First Tennis Super League weekend here at Loughborough. This, of course, is one of two weekends where all six universities, well, the top six universities in the nation meet at a centralised venue and play two matches over the course of the weekend. So yesterday we had a thrilling day of tennis. It was Sterling who went down against the University of Nottingham. So they'll be looking to get their revenge out there on court today. And the competition, of course, is the pinnacle of the 10-week BUCS Tennis Team League, which comprises the 6 best teams in the nation. We've got Bath, Nottingham, Stirling, Loughborough, Leeds Beckett and Durham. And National Premier League fixtures would usually be played on regular BUCS Wednesdays, with each team playing a home or an away fixture. Of course, this weekend they have 2 over the course of the weekend. And interestingly, this is only their 2nd league match of the season. Season.
That's the word.
There we go.
Good chance here for Sterling.
Well, we saw a few cobwebs being brushed off yesterday, didn't we? But unsurprising, I'd say. A lot of these guys have been competing and playing in the off-season, but only their 2nd league match of the season today.
Yeah, it's always a different vibe, sort of playing for a team rather than by yourself. Just brings that, maybe not extra pressure, but brings a different sort of pressure playing for others and how you can manage that. So yeah, I mean, it's going to probably take a little bit of getting used to again. But I'm sure after today they'll be raring to go.
Yeah, great finish there from Moore, and great setup from Hignett.
Alright, I'm calling body backhand, Moore to return line. Another world-class prediction from me, obviously. So.
Well, you talked briefly touched there on the team environment, and I think that's something that Leeds Beckett do so well on not just the men's but the women's side. They're so loud. All of the supporters on the balcony, and I think that's what draws people to the university as well.
Yeah, the university coach Steve Mack, he's loud, he's approachable, he's always sort of fun to be around from my experience anyway. They've got Paul Johnson helping them out now as well. A good player in his own right, very knowledgeable. So yeah, it's a nice little setup they've got there. Oh, too good.
That was an unbelievable get from Ewan Moore. We saw it yesterday. He's such a good athlete. Unfortunately not appearing in the singles lineup today, carrying a slight ab strain. Maybe he's just trying to rest, because I know that he has played a lot of tennis going into this tournament. Yeah, that's the volley, isn't it? When you drop it short, it's just so difficult for the opponent to pick it up. Hignett gets a lot of pace on that first serve, considering he's not the tallest guy in the world.
No, but he is a unit.
I mean,
Very fast racket arm as well.
What's he serving at there, do you reckon?
First serve. First serve maybe 120.
Well, a slight chance here for the Leeds Beckett boys.
We'd love to see it on the speed gun though. Great pick up off the net cord there. Wow. Liam Hignett's been playing an awful lot of doubles with his teammate James McKinley of recent weeks. He's played a couple of futures low-level professional tournaments in Spain. They made a semi-final on indoor clay, which is a weird one, but he's a good doubles player.
Yeah, and that's James McKinley and his partner on court 5 there, who at the moment are on serve but trailing by 1-2 against the Leeds Beckett second pairing. Yeah, that's a great shot. And it is the Sterling boys with a break. 4-1 up early on in this first set. Scott, what's your prediction?
Oh, yeah, I'm just not going to bother with them today. No matter what I say, the opposite will happen. So,
well, you're a Sterling boy yourself, aren't you?
I am. Yeah, it's difficult to bet against them. Fortunately, I did say that yesterday, and they ended up losing both doubles. But that's the call.
Well, Sterling are, of course, the reigning champions. And on the women's side, it was the University of Loughborough who brought home the trophy last year, but weren't able to back that up yesterday. They lost to Durham women's first team. And that's the problem, isn't it? You know, you might have a very, very good team, but then if you lose a couple of your top players, things look very different for you.
Yeah, so that's also the beauty of university sport. You need to try and keep recruiting. Your program needs to be good. You need to have the right facilities in order to keep attracting the correct kind of player that you want for your program. I know we spoke a bit yesterday about sort of things that are attracting people to the university system in the UK. I mean, there's a lot of world-class facilities kicking about. Like we're here in Loughborough. Stirling just had a £20 million renovation to their sports centre. Bath is obviously an unbelievable facility. So these places can offer great training for guys who are wanting to continue their academics, but also still play tennis to a high level.
Well, that's exactly it. And Loughborough, of course, another with brilliant facilities, and they've actually just had an extension as well of 2 courts that were built in the past year. 10 altogether now, initially 4, then 8. Plus 2 this year. That didn't look much like a second serve to me.
No.
Well, that's
Was it wide?
It was wide, yeah. That's another thing as well. In the UK, we have one of the best education systems in the world, and yet another thing that draws all of these international players to the university system. And also, team matches can be complemented with the tournaments, the many tournaments that we hold in Britain. If you're aiming for ATP, WTA or ITF points, and more of those appearing in the calendar as well, which is great to see. Plenty of opportunities for these guys to compete. This is a 10-week season.
In terms of my own experience, I was at Stirling, obviously doing an undergrad and a master's, and generally speaking, actually they were very, very good with me in terms of sort of providing academic flexibility when I needed to sort of focus on big events coming up, or when we were picked to play for GB unis, they were able to sort of shift a deadline of mine, just to allow me to focus on training, and meant that I could do both my tennis and academics at the same time. So I think a lot of the unis are very, very good for that.
Well, that's another thing, isn't it? Events such as these form part of the selection process for international events, which you were part of, Scott, the Master U BNP Paribas.
As were you, Pippa.
I was Dream Team. World University Games is another one.
I heard a stat that World Junior Games was apparently the second biggest. Oh, well away. Second biggest games. So after the Olympics, World Junior Games was sort of the next biggest event in terms of athletes that all come together. I thought that was an amazing stat.
Oh, wow. Yeah, didn't know that.
I think that was an Alistair Hyam special, that one.
Well, yeah, there's some brilliant stats on the BUCS athletes in general. Over 120 BUCS athletes and alumni competed in the Olympics and Paralympics. They won 53 Olympic medals. 14 of those were gold. And if BUCS was a country, check this, we would have been 7th on the medal table at the Olympics. So I think that just goes to show it's increasingly providing a gateway for not just Olympic athletes but Paralympic athletes as well. First ever a wheelchair basketball BUCS fixtures took place, I think, about a year and a half ago now at the University of Hull and the University of Nottingham.
That is a brutal sport, that one. Seen some of that live, and that is intense.
Well, the first ever wheelchair tennis championships took place last summer, with Abby Breakwell winning gold in the women's. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's the play, isn't it? Going straight down the middle between the two volleyers.
Yeah, they constructed that point well. First ball went down the middle. The next one, Ewan went wide, which forced Webster out of position, and then Ewan shifted across to cover the middle and was able to finish the ball through the middle of the Leeds pair. Great shot.
Yeah.
And that's how doubles should be played. You're sort of not necessarily trying to hit a winner all the time, you're just trying to work your opponents around the court, try and create spaces between them. And yeah, work together with your partner rather than always just sort of trying to hit your way out of trouble. Great return.
I hardly saw that one.
Very good set by the Sterling pair. I think they've just done the basics very, very well, actually.
Yeah, definitely a step up from yesterday's performance, and you can see that. I think Liam Hignett brings a lot of energy to the court.
Yeah.
And it's just so important, isn't it, that the two players are vibing in terms of sort of energy levels as well.
Yeah, I think yesterday you've got two characters, so you had Ewan Moore and James McKinley, who are probably a bit more sort of placid, maybe the word. But yeah, so Liam just bringing a little bit of energy, you can get a bit of the yin and the yang, and it can work together quite well. But they played two sudden death juice points there, both on Liam's serve, I believe. And yeah, managed to get out them both. But if those go the other way, maybe it's a different set. So yeah, the score was 6-2, but it was closer than that, in my opinion.
Well, the margins are so small, aren't they? And coach there, Steve, having a conversation with his players. What do you think he's telling them?
He'll be telling them just to start well, start quickly, try and just hold serve. Hold serve at the start of the set, and just try and make it as long as possible, because the longer you can stay in the set, the more chances you're gonna have to break, and yeah, they'll really just try and go from there.
What sort of things did you like coaches telling you mid-match?
Don't talk to me. No, I suppose maybe. Good shot. Maybe just things I've not seen. For example, I think there's a possible route that they can go down in terms of, rather than driving the return, especially on Liam's serve, they can chip it over Ewan's head, because he gets very, very close to the net. And it's difficult to see sometimes when you're actually playing the match. So maybe if Paul's watching at the side of the court, then like maybe he spots that, and that's always helpful. Having said that, if you're going to return like that, you don't need to cheer.
Yeah. It wasn't a bad serve either. Gets a lot of topspin on that second serve of his, and courts particularly bouncy, making that probably quite tricky to return.
Yeah, it's a fine margin, I think, inside between the slider and the kick. Because sometimes when you kick it in here, it can almost sit if it doesn't grip the court properly, if you don't quite get it right. So sometimes the slider into the body can be more effective. But yeah, whatever the Leeds coach has said to them at the start, it's they've played 2 good points and they've got a double fault, so 3 great points.
Definitely feeling like the Leeds boys have come out with a renewed sense of energy as well. You can see them getting G'd up.
Yeah, I think the coach was probably reminding them as well that, yeah, as I said, it was 6-2, but 2 sudden death juices, if they go the other way, it's a completely different set. So just to, in a way, keep doing what they were doing. It's a great return, actually. On another day, that might have been good enough, force another couple of balls played. Three out of 3 saved. Final break point. Sudden death juice.
3 out of 3 first serves as well. That's what Hignett did so well in his singles yesterday.
Go on then, Pippa, what's your call?
I think he's going to serve T. Oh.
We are hopeless. Was that white?
Looks like it was just long, actually.
Huh.
I'm going to stay quiet on this one.
Tell you what, that's a very good first volley.
And he was almost bluffed by his partner.
Yeah, that kind of made the volley better. Ewan really squeezed the middle there, tried to get on that first one. Didn't put Liam off though.
Yeah, that was it.
Very good return as well, actually, I thought.
A great game to win. And Leeds Beckett, I'm sure, will be disappointed with that, having had 4 break points. But as you say, it is a game of incredibly small margins. And a bit of a battle on court 5 as well. Looks like it's still on serve. And it's Marcus Meadows to serve in this second set. Hasn't yet lost his serve. And I think that might be why. What's he serving at there? 130?
Yeah, go on then, we'll say that's 130. I'm not... it's close, I'd love to see it. I really would love to see it. He's a big guy, big levers, fast racket arm. I think it'd be nice to be the net guy right now.
That's a phenomenal return. No, it looks... Is anticipation of the serve a big part of the men's game? I know it is, you know, at the highest level, but are these guys trying to anticipate the direction of the serve even in college tennis?
Yeah, for sure. They're probably trying to pick up on little cues that Marcus is doing in terms of maybe his grip, his technique, whether the ball toss is in front or behind him. So if the ball toss, for example, is in front to the right, he's probably going to slice the serve. If it's further back and to the left, he's probably going to kick the serve. And they're probably just looking for little things like that are trying to give them hints as to where he might serve and what the play might be. Like that one there, slightly over to the left of his shoulder, and he went for the kick wide. So this all kind of starts from game one. You try to start reading the guy's patterns, seeing where he likes to serve on big points, little things in terms of technique, where he throws the ball, and then you start to get to this stage of the match when maybe you can start to see it and get into the games. The best players can obviously do it very, very quickly.
Well, that was the story of Nick Kyrgios and Novak Djokovic at Wimbledon, wasn't it? Oof. I think someone called let there.
Yeah, I think that's the right play. Don't think Hignett very happy about that one, but I think it was the right thing to do, play two.
I'm going to go big and call wide. A little unlucky there, I think, for the Sterling boys.
Good hands.
Phenomenal hands.
So for those of you who don't know sort of what's going on there at the net, Liam signalled to his partner with an open palm. It means he was going to move to his right, or going to go, as we say, and that basically meant that Ewan had to cover the left side of the court. So good communication there from the guys.
And it looked like that was a fake there from Hignett. He's done quite a few of those, actually.
Good volley, well played.
Yeah, great volley. And I can confirm that it is the University of Stirling who took the first set on court 5. However, they are trailing by 0-1 in the second. And how's that going to affect the guys on court 6? Is that going to give them a little bit of a cushion, do you think? Maybe just kind of allow them to go out there, be a little bit more free.
Yeah, it's part of the fun and part of the challenge of playing in a team. You've got to deal with maybe teammates who are winning on one side, losing on one side, maybe losing their mind on the other court, maybe getting pumped up. It's all part of the fun, and for sure it'll help them relax, and it makes a massive difference if you can win both doubles rubbers.
And of course, each team is made up of 4 players. So we have 4 singles and 2 doubles, a doubles 1 and a doubles 2. Those go on first, followed by the singles in descending order, so 4, 3, 2 and then 1. And today we had quite a few conversations I saw going on around what the lineups would be, especially from the Leeds Beckett side. They changed their lineup a few times. What sort of things are they likely to take into consideration when putting together their lineup and submitting it on the morning of the match?
Probably looking at the lineup of Stirling. They won't know officially what the lineup will be, but they'll have a fair idea in terms of who played yesterday, whether there's anybody carrying any sort of injuries, and they'll look at matchups in terms of who they think will match up well with their opposite number in Stirling.
And then, of course, injuries is another thing to think about. And Ewan Moore, very unfortunately, carrying a little ab strain, so he's out of the singles lineup. And that's going to put James McKinley at 1. Yeah, saw the space there, didn't he?
I think Leeds really need to find a way to get Stirling off the returns, maybe a little bit more eye formation, or change the spots that they're hitting, because right now it seems to be a little bit predictable, and Stirling seem to be sort of latching onto the returns and getting themselves ahead in the points.
Serving and returning is just such an important part of doubles.
There we go, a bit of eye formation. That was brave.
Well, he tried. And he's what, about 6'7", 6'8"?
Has to be, yeah.
So talk us through the eye formation.
So eye formation is when the server will stand closer to the middle of the court, and as will the net player stand closer to the middle. So you're basically standing in a straight line, pretty much, and therefore you'll have a chat about who's going what way. It basically means the returner doesn't know where to hit the ball. Generally speaking, if you're well played. Generally speaking, if you're sort of doing normal formation, the return can go cross court, whereas from I, the returner doesn't know if the net player is going to cross, is going to stay, and it just puts that little bit of doubt in their mind, and often can lead to mistakes or the net player getting involved more.
So what's the high percentage play then for the returner?
Well, for me, I like to, depending on the surface of course as well, I like to watch what the net player is doing. It definitely takes time and sort of practice, because it's weird, like, to keep that in your peripheral vision.
Well, I think more often than not you can assume that the volleyer is going to go.
Yeah, there's a big space line. Depending on the serve that's hit, obviously, generally speaking, you want to be going line. Because even if the net player goes to their line, they've got to be quick. So if you latch onto the return, you've got a good shot.
And is it a case of, as well, the net player assessing how good the serve is or the return is, and then making the call?
For sure, it all happens so quickly, but you really need to make that call as the serve's coming at you, whether you think you can actually hit it, whether you might have to chip it, whether or not the serve has forced you into hitting a certain return. So if the serve goes body, you might be forced to hit that cross where you maybe don't want to hit it. So yeah, there's a lot of quick decisions happen in a short space of time.
Yeah, great serving. And I think Hignett has perhaps identified a weakness here from Webster. Missed a few of those backhand kick returns. But he's able to hit his spots so well. Even there, just missed it wide, but very close.
That he does. Yeah, for me, over the last 2 days so far, he's been a standout performer for the Stirling team. Seems to love sort of the team atmosphere. Seems to be the one that's actually providing energy to the team. Even now, he's jogging to coach Arpit Sharma, and it's these little things that actually make a difference to sort of the team atmosphere. And of course, he got the win yesterday in his singles, with that interesting celebration afterwards.
The squirrel celebration.
But yeah, he's been very good so far, so hopefully that can continue for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with that synopsis there. And it is the University of Stirling who lead by 1 set, 4 games to 1 on court 6 here at Loughborough University. Court 5, however, it looks as if the Stirling duo have been broken. They are a set up, but they trail by 0 games to 3 in the second set.
Yeah, I think they were a breakdown in the first set as well, but managed to sneak out of it. So they'll be hoping to do the same this set. Arpit Sharma there, assistant coach at Stirling, assists coach Scott McCauley in a lot of the sessions. Paul Johnson there on court also for Leeds Beckett.
That was such a good return. I'm not 100% sure that that down the line passing shot was intended there from Marcus Meadows, but got the job done nonetheless.
Yeah, you definitely take it.
Sets the point up so well on that serve, doesn't he? There must come a point where you just have to accept that there isn't really anything you can do when a serve's coming at you at 130 on these fast indoor courts.
Yeah, if he hits his spot at that speed, you're not going to have an enjoyable day if he serves well. I think it can sometimes actually work against him sort of serving at that speed. So you saw that one there. The serve is maybe not exactly hit its spot. It's gone more into the slot where Ewan wants to hit the ball rather than it jamming him into the body. And actually you can just use the pace of the serve, direct it towards the net player, and it just takes the net player's time away.
Yeah, well, he has been broken in this second set, so
great volley.
well, that is Leeds Beckett with the hold. They do trail, however, by 1 set to love, 2 games to 4 in the second set. However, solid team. They do have a good setup. They won Performance Club of the Year at Leeds Beckett and Leeds Sports Awards. So certainly on the up. They've been in the top division for 9 out of the last 10 years.
Ooh.
They train
very close
3 times a week apparently, which is pretty standard, would you say, for a university tennis team? What did you train at Stirling?
Yeah, so we have like an everyday setup at Stirling, so 5 days a week. So the weekdays, Monday to Friday. We did well to get out of the way of that. Monday to Friday, the men train 8 till 10. The women come in 10 till 12, and there's sort of club performance stuff based around those times. So I think they come in at 6:45 in the morning. There's 3 compulsory gym sessions a week, and if classes sort of fit with it, you can train maybe 1 till 3 or 2 till 4 if there's court space as well. So it's it's a very solid setup. Casual volley, that one.
Well, at Leeds Beckett, they have 8 men's teams, including development and transition squads. I think that's the second most number of teams of any university in the league. And the Nottingham, who have 10 teams apparently. Yeah, that's a great volley from Moore, within a couple of inches from the baseline.
Yeah, he's done well to focus on that as well, because I think he saw the ball come across the court. But he's kept his focus.
Well, we saw yesterday, didn't we? A few issues with a couple of the teams closing out the win after being in winning positions. They are a set and 5-2 up, so what's coach going to be telling the boys now to enable them to close it out? They're one game away.
By the looks of it, he's telling them jokes. They look pretty comfy out there, pretty relaxed. I think he's probably not going to be saying anything tactical at this point. He's probably just going to try and keep them loose, keep them in a good sort of headspace.
Well, it is the Webster serve they will be facing, and they have broken him. Gregor Webster, of course, just joined. Coach tells me he's fitted in extremely well. He's a fresher and only 18 years old. So this will be his second match his second BUCS match.
His fun fact is he's from Scotland and has an obsession with shortbread.
Yeah, some of those fun facts have been interesting,
That's
to say the
tremendous.
least.
Tell you what, shortbread's good though, eh?
I do love a bit of shortbread. Especially Scottish shortbread.
Yeah. Yeah. My gran makes a good shortbread key. Speaking of grans, well, I've been told to give Aaron Jinks' mum a shout out. She apparently makes the best flapjack in the world.
I can confirm she does.
It's pretty good, yeah.
I wonder if we'll see the the squirrel celebration from Liam Hignett.
We might see it from Liam. I'd be very surprised if we saw it from Ewan.
Yeah, great serve and a great hold there by Webster. It does look as if the Stirling boys have indeed broken back over on court 5. However, they are still one break down, trailing by 2 games to 3. I'm not sure what that was from James McKinley.
Standard trick shot effort. Went badly wrong. Give him his due, he's actually pretty good at those. Doesn't mean it's not annoying to see them though. Cracked in blue. Call of Duty joke again.
Good move there from Moore. Yeah, story of the match so far for me. The Hignett serve is on absolute fire. Although having said that, I think he did do his first double fault of the match. But we'll give him one. Thought Moore was going to hit that then.
Yeah. And if not, thought he was going to hit the net.
So if he'd have hit the net, but the opponent had already hit it out, what happens?
He loses the point. If his momentum's taking him into the net, even if the ball's bounced twice or hit the back curtain, they lose the point. Very assured game to close it out there.
Absolutely, it is game, set and match. The University of Stirling, much stronger performance than yesterday, I thought.
Yeah, much better. Better energy, good focus. Yeah, they'll be delighted to take a doubles robber today.
Still going strong, however, over on court 5. And it looks as if the Stirling duo trail by 2 games to 5. No, I stand corrected. 3 games to 4.
I think they're back on serve over there.
Back on serve, but it's very likely that it could go to a 3rd set tie break. We're going to take a quick break on the commentary for now. And in just a few moments, we'll hear from Ewan Moore of the University of Stirling. And then very shortly after that, we will be continuing the stream with the number 3 singles matchup.
Hello again. I'm joined by Ewan Moore from the University of Stirling. Ewan, you just opened your account for the year. How'd you feel?
I feel pretty good there. It was good to get a first win on the board after a tough day yesterday. Playing with Liam today, he's a great addition to the team, I think. He's brought in great level and a lot of energy. So, yeah, feeling good. Hopefully these guys can also take the win in doubles and get off to a good start.
Yeah, you said Liam's been a great addition. Like, what's he brought to the team that was missing last year?
Oh, he's brought a lot. I mean, where do I start? Just from the chat and the van on the way here and the celebrations after the matches, and every day he comes to practice with a smile, and you just can't not love the guy. So, yeah, it's good to have him.
Nice. So what do you think? What's your prediction on this one right now? We've got Patrick Young and James McKinley playing on court 5, and your other doubles set up. Do you think you can close it out?
Yeah, I think so. I've noticed that there's been a lot of breaks in the match. Looks like a very competitive match, a lot of good points. So hopefully they can hold serve and then maybe get a break or hold their nerve in a tie break, but it's definitely a close one.
Nice. And final question for you before I let you go. What was the discussion last night? How were you guys picking yourself up and getting ready to go again? I know it was probably a disappointing day yesterday. What has gone on with the team?
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about what we can control, basically. Nottingham came out, they played a really good match. There's nothing we could do about that, but at the end of the day, a lot of our attitudes weren't quite on it the way they should be, and we didn't give ourselves the chances that we should have, and we just had to make those changes. Whether we would have won the match or not, it doesn't matter, but we felt like we could do more, so we thought it'd be a good idea to have a discussion with the guys and make sure we're on it today, because yesterday was just a little bit disappointing in some aspects. Yeah.
Nice. Well, it looks like you've done it. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thanks, Scott. I hope your commentary goes well.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, bonjour.
Welcome to Six Ways, and it is the day of the week that we oh so love. It is BUCS Super Rugby Wednesday. Every game, every minute does not matter. It is the here and now, and that's why we love Cup Final Rugby.
We know how much history is in the place, and we know how much pride there is in everything that we're doing. We'd love to put a bit of a spectacle on show and just play some proper rugby.
History suggests this is going to be a tight one.
Ball off the top now. Tom Hitchcock crashes. Tom Hitchcock goes. Tom Hitchcock scores.
That's going to be a try for Merrill Smith.
Ollie Walker and then Nick Jonas gets Durham's first try in the final.
To go direct, a big rampaging run and taking Edinburgh Bobbies with her. That's Amy Dell, and that's a try.
There it is, finally, the Palatinate wall yield. Exeter back in the final.
Hartbury, who are the queens of BUCS women's rugby.
Have it, your Women's National League Cup champions for 2020.
Exeter win the penalty. The green machine explodes. But Super Rugby bleeds green. The cup is the glory that will live with them forever.
Welcome to the Chelmsford Sports and Athletics Centre for the 2022 BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championship. Coming through, Ashmead challenging. Wow, that is almost impossible to call. To push on through this bend and down into the home straight.
We might see records get broken.
So this is the real battle now that's yet to be decided. Isabel Bonby breaks luck for determination in the women's 4x4 to take gold.
Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot. Now I'm back. It's great. I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Just like the boats cheering on for us. It's amazing.
And the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting, the lactic acid will have built up. As he looks around and he sees the red boys, this could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race for the day is underway.
Very tight, Brooks take the victory.
Mental things can happen at university boat racing.
What a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again next year at BUCS Regatta 2023.
Hello and a very warm welcome to Ponds Forge International Sports Centre for the Speedo BUCS Short Course Swimming Championships.
everybody, and a very warm welcome to you from the University of Nottingham for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
teams competing here today. 57 trophy bars and championship final, all here.
We are underway here, end-to-end stuff, as we said.
It's a beautiful, beautiful shot there. The atmosphere is just building and building and building. It's great.
First ever British wheelchair basketball final.
We've got a man in the corner, and he's caught!
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Goes it alone, like an enemy in the night. Mission impossible for two.
They've been creating the wall of noise.
Coaches, players, spectators up off their seats.
In and converts this time.
And that is it. And the cheers all around. Absolute wall of noise.
It was the final that we wanted.
So they are the supporters who you've been hearing. Huge celebrations.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance in 2023.
Welcome to Six Ways, and it is the day of the week that we oh so love. It is BUCS Super Rugby Wednesday.
Every game, every minute does not matter. It is the here and now, and that's why we love Cup Final Rugby.
We know how much history is in the place, we know how much pride there is in everything that we're doing. We'd love to put a bit of a spectacle on show and just play some proper rugby.
History suggests this is going to be a tight one.
Ball off the top now. Tom Hitchcock crashes. Tom Hitchcock goes. Tom Hitchcock scores.
That's going to be a try for Merrill Smith.
Ollie Walker and then Nick Jonas gets Durham's first try in the final.
To go direct, a big rampaging run and taking Ellen Bobby's with her. That's Amy down, and that's a try.
There it is, finally the Palatinate wall yield. Exeter back in the final.
Hartbury, who are the queens of BUCS women's rugby.
Have it, your Women's National League Cup champions for 2020.
Exeter win the penalty. The green machine explodes. BUCS Super Rugby bleeds green. The cup is the glory that will live with them forever.
welcome to the Chelmsford Sports and Athletics Centre for the 2022 BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championship. Bell coming through, Ashmead challenging. Wow, that is almost impossible to call. To push on through this bend and down into the home straight.
We might see records get broken.
So this is the real battle now that's yet to be decided. Isabel Bonby breaks record determination in the women's 4x4 to take gold.
Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot. Now I'm back. It's great. I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Other boats cheering on for us. It's amazing.
And the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting, the lactic acid will have built up as he looks around and he sees the red boys. This could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race for the day is underway.
Very tight, Brooks take the victory.
Mental things can happen at university boat racing.
What a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again next year at BUCS Regatta 2023.
Hello and a very warm welcome to Ponds Forge International Sports Centre for the Speedo BUCS Short Course Swimming Championships.
Hello everybody and a very warm welcome to you from the University of Nottingham for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
teams competing here today. 57 trophy bars and championship final, all here.
We are underway here, end-to-end stuff as we said.
It's a beautiful, beautiful shot. The atmosphere is just building and building and building. It's great.
First ever British wheelchair basketball final.
We've got a man in the corner, and he's caught!
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Goes it alone, like an enemy in the night. Mission impossible for two.
They've been creating the wall of noise.
Coaches, players, spectators up off their seats.
In and converts this time.
And that is it. And the cheers all around. Absolute wall of noise.
It was the final that we wanted.
So they are the supporters who you've been hearing. Huge celebrations.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance in 2023.
Welcome to Six Ways, and it is the day of the week that we oh so love. It is BUCS Super Rugby Wednesday.
Every game, every minute does not matter. It is the here and now, and that's why we love Cup Final Rugby.
We know how much history is in the place, we know how much pride there is in everything that we're doing. We'd love to put a bit of a spectacle on show and just play some proper rugby.
History suggests this is going to be a tight one.
Off the top now, Tom Hitchcock crashes, Tom Hitchcock goes, Tom Hitchcock scores!
That's going to be a try for Merrill Smith.
Ollie Walker and then Nick Jonas gets Durham's first try in the final.
To go direct, a big rampaging run and taking Edinburgh Bobbies with her. That's Amy Dow, and that's a try.
There it is, finally the Palatinate wall yield. Exeter back in the final.
Hartbury, who are the queens of BUCS women's rugby.
Have it, your Women's National League Cup champions for 2020.
Exeter win the penalty. The green machine explodes. BUCS Super Rugby bleeds green. The cup is the glory that will live with them forever.
welcome to the Chelmsford Sports and Athletics Centre for the 2022 BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championship. Coming through, Ashmead challenging. Wow, that is almost impossible to call. To push on through this bend and down into the home straight.
We might see records get broken.
So this is the real battle now that's yet to be decided. Isabel Bonby breaks record determination in the women's 4x4 to take gold.
Hello and welcome back to the BUCS and Teach First Tennis Super League weekend, which sees the top university teams battle it out for those all-important BUCS points. The competition is the pinnacle of the 10-week BUCS Team Tennis League, which comprises of the 6 best male and female teams in the country. I'm Scott Duncan and I'm joined by the one and only Pippa Horn.
That's a very flattering introduction.
On court right now we have Stirling University versus Leeds Beckett. So at the near side we have Patrick Young of Stirling in all black, and we have Tom Cowdy of Leeds Beckett. Patrick Young leads by one game to love.
Yeah, and this is the first of this is number 3 singles. Number 4 obviously on court 5. And it is the University of Stirling, reigning champions, who are leading by 2 rubbers to 0. They do have that cushion, and hopefully that means they'll be able to just come out and swing, play a little bit more freely. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, you would hope so. It's always nice to get the first couple of rubbers under your belt. Kind of gives the numbers 3 and 4 a chance to really sort of hammer home the advantage and really let the number 1 and 2 go out and do their stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is Tom Cowdy serving of Leeds Beckett. He joined last year and shot up the rankings. Started in the bottom of the 4s, and he now finds himself in the first team. Coach says he showed real commitment to the team, tries very hard, loves the team environment, and so often we find that with the players. No huge weapon, but models his game on Dan Evans. Very solid from the baseline. Takes a pretty aggressive position, likes to counterpunch, and also has a fair bit of variety to his game. And he takes on Patrick Young, who is one of your former teammates, Scott.
He is, yeah. Patrick's going to want to get his forehand into play as much as possible. He's good from the baseline, very competent doubles player as well. He likes to dominate with that forehand from the baseline, and he's going to look to get into the net, that's for sure.
Well, when you're serving like that, I'd say it's pretty easy to get to that net. Stirling, though, a very historically strong team. They are the reigning champions. They're captained by Ewan Moore, who we saw on court earlier for the doubles. Unfortunately, carrying a shoulder injury, so won't be making a singles appearance. He'll be replaced by James McKinley, who will play in his position.
It's actually a false accusation, Pippa. Patrice Young is the captain of the Stirling team. Wrestled it off of you, and I heard in a team meeting. Yeah, he's excited to be captain this year. Have to give him that on air. Wouldn't forgive me otherwise.
I stand corrected.
Great shot.
Pretty solid setup at Stirling. We briefly covered this earlier, but home to a national centre, which is the training ground of the top 12 to 18-year-olds in the UK. Those that are based up north, there's another one, which is actually here at Loughborough University. Would have been home to British teenage sensation Emma Raducanu, who rose to fame as she made the last 16 of Wimbledon and then walked home with the US Open title last year. But talk to us, Scott, about the university setup at Stirling.
Yeah, so Stirling University offers scholarships so all the guys you'll see playing today are on a tennis scholarship. They train 8 till 10 in the morning, the men do, and the women train 10 till 12. There's sort of club tennis and club performance training times around that. I know they can come in at 6:45 in the morning. They're in the afternoons, and there's 3 compulsory gym sessions a week for the scholars as well, and they have the opportunity to train in the afternoons if their classes allow. Obviously, university is important as well as all the tennis, but yeah, there's a lot going on at Stirling. On court with Pat at the moment is Arpit Sharma. He's the graduate assistant coach. He's actually still studying. He's doing a PhD and is a good player in his own right. He had singles ATP points back in the day, I'm sure he won't mind me saying. But he's going to be on court helping try to navigate Pat through this match.
Yeah, great shot. Well, that's the beauty of college tennis, isn't it? You've got the coach on court with you, and sometimes when you are on court, it's difficult to see exactly what's going on. And when you do have that opinion of someone else who, you know, isn't kind of fueled by emotion, isn't the one out there playing, it's easier to pick things up. What type of feedback, Scott, did you like to hear from your coaches when you were playing?
I quite liked honesty. I think there's some coaches that will sugarcoat things, and I think there's a time and a place for Oh, what a shot that is. Wow. Yeah, there's a time and a place for sugarcoating the information, but sometimes you just want the honest truth. Maybe make more balls, probably, as it was in my case. But Arpit will be great on the side for Pat. He's a very positive guy, instills a lot of confidence in you and your ability, so that's definitely going to be a help to Pat.
It's a solid return.
Yeah, great return.
Not easy either on these courts. They're pretty fast, pretty high bouncing. Kick serve wide we've seen has been particularly effective in the doubles earlier today. Wasn't quite a kick, but I'll take that prediction.
Yeah. I think as a team maybe that's the first one we've got right in 2 days.
Yeah, we haven't been particularly accurate with our predictions so far, have we? And I think actually that's what makes it so exciting. Quite a level playing field this season. No clear front runner. Stirling, reigning champions, were defeated yesterday.
Very good.
Much to Scott Duncan's disappointment.
Yeah, he was absolutely devastated, to be honest with you. Yeah, you just can't cut emotional ties with your unit, you know.
Well, just deep there from Pat Young, but you can see him trying to use his forehand as much as possible. Certainly that forehand is the Pat Young strength from what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, the forehand and the serve. Serve is his favourite shot. The only real shot in tennis you can have ultimate control over, that your opponent doesn't affect what can happen on your serve.
Well, he describes his game as aggressive and unpredictable. I haven't heard that as a game style before. I wonder if he's unpredictable to his opponent or unpredictable to himself.
Knowing Pat, he probably meant a little bit of both there. Great backhand cross.
I want to see a few more of those backhands from Pat. Seems to be slicing a few today, and I wonder if that's an injury issue or is he just trying to mix up the play, show his opponent something a little bit different.
I think it's one of the ways he's going to get his forehand involved. We've seen a couple of times already when he chips his backhand, the slice often comes back, and that gives him a chance to sort of run round and create space with his forehand. I think that's what he's going to try to do with it.
Yeah, that's a very solid return there. Just taking the net play out. Did feel like perhaps Pat on that one needed to be a little more dynamic with his footwork.
Clipping the edge of the line, I think, that forehand.
Yeah, I am sat directly on the line. It did look into me. But there again, just the slice down the line from Pat Young, and I didn't feel that needed to be a slice. Perhaps just a solid backhand cross. He was up in the rally until he hit that slice. I see why he's trying to do it, but I'm not convinced it's a particularly strong play for him at the moment. However, he is 3-2 up, and perhaps that's the conversation he's having with coach.
Yeah, possibly. I think you're spot on. I don't think that was the correct play. Difficult. The return was good. I think he's tried to buy himself a little bit of time. Unfortunately, the next forehand has just been a little bit too good. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Arpit says to him and how he approaches the next game.
Yeah, well, just a little bit of background information on Leeds Beckett. They are certainly a up-and-coming team. They've won Performance Club of the Year at the Leeds Beckett Awards and also the Leeds Sports Awards. Been in the top division for 9 out of the last 10 years, so pretty consistent team. All of their players in the current team have come from the UK, so none from the US university system, which is pretty rare, I would say.
Yeah.
We do have a lot of players in the system who've come from collegiate tennis in the States and gone on to do their masters. Number of those yesterday. Tom Hands, who came from Drake. He was the Nottingham #1.
Ewan Moore from Stirling earlier, who played at Tulane for 4 years.
Yeah, a couple of the girls as well in the Durham team. UC Davis. And the Durham #1, Shura Poppe, played at Tulsa. So increasingly, the UK system is becoming a pathway for international players who want to prolong their tennis career whilst pursuing higher education.
Nice change up there. 2 or 3 fast into that backhand, lined up the forehand and then drops it short. Caught his opponent off guard. Worked again. Oof. Both these guys are going to be enjoying it out here. Both have said that they love the fun atmosphere and playing as a team as part of university. Patrick Young, I know, especially enjoys away days, so he's going to be loving it out here.
Well, that's the beauty of college tennis, isn't it? Tennis is such an individual sport, and it can be a very lonely place. It's you, yourself and I out there, so it's certainly an advantage to have your teammates supporting you, to be able to play for other people, not just yourself. And a lot of these guys thrive in that environment. We've seen that time and time again.
Great play. His team up here on the balcony acknowledging that.
And for those of you who are just joining us, you are watching the BUCS and Teach First Tennis Super League weekend here at Loughborough. Right now it's the University of Stirling, reigning champions, who take on Leeds Beckett University. We've seen some fantastic tennis over the course of the weekend. And it is currently the University of Stirling who lead by 2-0. And on court 6 here, Stirling as well, who are 4-3 up in the first set. And it is Patrick Young who faces Tom Cowdrey of Leeds Beckett. And Scott, we've seen some phenomenal tennis over the course of the weekend. I'm not sure about you, but I've been pleasantly surprised and very impressed with the level. Talk to us a little bit about the level of university tennis in the UK.
Yeah, it's certainly growing. There's a lot of players that have now, as you've said, have come out of the UK university system and have started playing pro tennis and started their professional journey. There's people like Maya Lumsden, who left Stirling last year, has a protected ranking, I believe, of 250 in the world, was injured for a bit. Lloyd Glasspool is 20 in the world, ATP doubles, is still enrolled at the University of Loughborough.
Not here this weekend though, unfortunately.
Not here this weekend, unfortunately. That would have been good to see. Just long, and you've got those who are still in the system. We saw a great match yesterday with Tom Hands against Ewan Moore. Ewan Moore has a career high of 950 ATP, Tom Hands has had ATP singles points, and in my opinion will get them again. Two very good players. Tom edged out Ewan yesterday. But yeah, it's great to see them in the university system.
Well, I think you're forgetting a legendary university alumni in the form of Scott Duncan.
Oh no. I think that guy still plays a little bit. Sure.
I think he does. I think he's making some inroads into the ATP. Well, it's not just those that are coming through the UK system. Of course, we have plenty of success. British players have come through the US system. Cam Norrie, Dom Inglot, Joe Salisbury. Olivia Nichols, another one.
Here at Loughborough, yeah.
She is currently just broken the top 100 WTA doubles ranking. How impressive is that?
Unreal, yeah. I think one of the good things about the UK university system is that you can couple it with playing ITFs and WTAs and ATPs. There's a 10-week league, so it's nothing huge, but it also is enough to give you good level and enough tennis matches to sort of keep you sharp, and then guys can play ITFs and all that around it. For example, Ewan Moore played last week in Sunderland, winning his first round main draw. Tom Hands was also there. Liam Hignett played. So all these guys can combine their university schedules with playing professional tennis.
Well, on that note, there are so many more opportunities to play domestically as well. I think 30, you said?
25. I've lost the stat, Pippa. I think it's 16 25Ks next year in the UK.
Doubles cracked in so far this match from both players, actually.
I'm wrong, it was 15.
15, well, we'll take that. over on court 5. They're just one game away from closing out the first set. 6 games to 5 up.
Great serve. Hit the spot nicely. Unlucky, really good second. Actually a great return off that second.
It's so effective, isn't it, that kick wide? Especially, I think, in men's tennis, because more often in women's, the backhand wing is a little stronger, and in men's, a little bit weaker. So kicking it up to that backhand side with a high bouncing court isn't the easiest shot to hit in the world.
Especially for one-hander.
Well, good hustle there from Pat Young, but I just wonder if he's lacking a little bit of confidence on that backhand wing. Slices just not being particularly effective for him.
Serving volley.
Leeds Beckett with the break. 5 games to 4. A pretty close contest so far. Scott, what do you think?
Yeah, very close contest. I wouldn't necessarily write Pat out of the set just yet. We've seen it yesterday. Everything changes when you're trying to close out a set. So just take it point by point, stay positive. Aaron Jinks there on the court with Tom will be saying lots of first serves. Stay positive, be aggressive. See who can implement the game plan better.
It's a bit of a different lineup today for Sterling. Of course, they are missing their number 1 player, Ewan Moore. So yesterday in the number 3 position was Liam Hignett. He, of course, moves up to number 2. And it's James McKinley who will be taking to the court as Sterling's number 1. And we will be streaming that match later today, directly after this one. But lineups are a funny thing, aren't they, Scott?
Yeah, chopping and changing every day.
Exactly. And there are, of course, so many matches to be played. It is imperative that if you do have a niggle or a slight strain, that you are rested. And that's typically something that the coaches are pretty good at here in the UK. I know that's not always the case in the university system in the States.
Yeah, I think coaches in the States are very, very much fighting for their jobs sort of for every match. It's slightly, not that it's less competitive, but it's not as cutthroat here.
Oof, great defense.
Yeah, great point
from Tom Cowdy.
Coach Harpett Sharma at the side there, clapping. Pat thought that was the right play, did everything right until the smash.
well, Cowdy models his game on Dan Evans. And I can see elements of the Evans game.
For sure, yeah.
On court 6 here today. Likes to hug the baseline. Solid mover. Adds a bit of variety. And what he's doing so well at the moment is defending the Pat Young forehand. Which I must admit has been a little bit shaky so far. Few errors, but there have been numerous occasions where it's been Pat Young who's been dominating the point. And we've seen some fantastic defense from Cowdy, and I think that's been the story of the set so far for me. It's Leeds Beckett University who take the first set on court 6. Court 5, however, slightly different story. University of Stirling are 1 set to love up. So just 1 set away from taking the 3rd rubber, which would at the very minimum secure them a draw in this tie against Leeds Beckett.
Yeah, just clipping the back edge of the line, that forehand, I think. Cody very good at that sort of stuff, to defend well. And it's very handsy, very feely shots. He's very good at that.
Not as good as Tom Hands, though.
Oh, stop. We didn't manage to get that fourth hands joke, did we?
Fortunately not, but...
It counts today.
Just looking a little loose out there today.
Yeah, I think the key for Pat is going to be very much controlled aggression. He's just, I think, overcooking them. Needless errors, which gifts Leeds the early break.
Yeah, a few too many errors for Pat, I think. And also, I want him to hit that backhand a little bit more. Too many slices, and just not sure it's the most effective play on courts such as these. I mean, Scott, you're best placed to talk about how these courts compare to the newly resurfaced courts at Stirling.
Yeah, the newly resurfaced courts at Stirling, very gritty. Ball bounces very high. They're actually probably some of the slowest indoor courts you'll find, but these are a bit slicker. The ball shoots through the court a bit more. It does lend itself to a slice serve rather than a kick serve, and slicing the backhand. It does lend itself to that. It just doesn't seem to be working right now for Pat. Credit to Tom Cowdy though, he's doing an awful lot of things right out here. He's realising that actually mixing his game up, using his slice, is encouraging Patrick to hit the slice, and he's actually winning a lot more of those battles.
Yeah, that looked like it was out to me. But back to the Pat Young slice. If he is going to hit it, I think he needs to hit it much more like he did in that last point, which is with more bite, lower over the net. I just feel it's been sitting up slightly. Well, you can hear Pat's teammates getting behind him. Still in a winning position though. Court 5, we've got Stirling, who are leading by 1-0 and 3 games to love. Different story on this court though. Stirling are currently trailing by 0 games to 2 and by 1 set to love.
an awful lot of success from Cowdy going into the young forehand. Just making him miss time an awful lot of them.
Yeah, quite big swings as well on the forehand. Does Pat Young. Not always a bad thing though, having a bigger swing. It does allow you to get a little bit more power, but it is something that you need to kind of think about maybe minimizing, especially when the ball's coming hard at you. Often you'll see the best returners in the world just have very compact swings. When you've got more time though, it's less of an issue. Yeah, great disguise there from Young. Well, what a start to the second set for Leeds Beckett. Running away with it a little bit. Setting 3-love up. And Pat Young, not very impressed.
Yeah, I mean, Cowdy's deserves to be up in this second set. He's been far more solid, played the right way, and he's just implemented his game plan better than the Sterling man at this point.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's got to be something to be said as well for Leeds Beckett being 2-0 down, looking like they're going to be 3-0 down. All credit to Tom Cowdy, but you know, quite easy for him to go out and play freely, play without fear, which is what a lot of the pros talk about. Francis Tiafoe, getting my names mixed up, talks about that a lot, and clearly something that his coaches are trying to instill into him, and something that's just so important for these guys. Can't get too ahead of yourself, can't get too down on yourself. It really is about being in the present moment, and all of the best coaches in the world talk about that mindset where you are just in the here and the now. Just incredibly solid tennis there from Cowdy. Not doing anything particularly special, but making his opponent play, hitting solidly to the corners. Just wide there, but strong first serve percentage on the whole. And I think what is so impressive about Tom Cowdy was that when he first started at Leeds Beckett last year, he was in the 4th team. So that just goes to show the commitment he has, his work ethic.
Yeah, great improvement.
It's fairly frequent that we see people starting in the 2nd team, maybe even the 3rd, and moving up to the 1st, but to make that progression from the 4th team is pretty unheard of.
Yeah, and Leeds have a great coaching setup. Got Steve Mack and Paul Johnson. Aaron Jinks looking like he's helping out his teammate right now on the court. Great shot.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of opportunities, or it allows for an awful lot of opportunities for people to develop their tennis, and clearly that's what Cowdy's done.
Well, Coach Paul John and Steve McLaughlin clearly happy with the way that Tom Cowdery is performing. And he has well and truly earned his place in this 1st team. He leads by 4 games to 0. Well, I can confirm it's the University of Stirling who took the victory over on court 5, 6-4, 6-love. And that puts Stirling University at 3-0 up in rubbers. So at the very least, they have now secured themselves a tie. So I think Patrick Young can take a few deep breaths, relax a little bit. He knows that his team definitely cannot lose this tie.
Yeah, Coach Scott McCauley will be delighted with the team's sort of reaction. They had a pretty poor performance generally yesterday. There was a few tight matches, but I think they were probably just expecting a little bit more out of themselves as a whole. But they've responded well today, and really that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, another example of something that Cowdy is doing so well. Really adds in that variety. It's deep, 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 and then all of a sudden catches his opponent out with that short, dinky angle. And what it means is that his opponent is expecting the deep one. He's taking a bit of a defensive position behind the baseline almost, and then being caught out with the short angle.
Yeah, Cowdrey's just done well to really throw Pat off his rhythm. Can't really seem to get rhythm in the rallies. He's using his slice very, very well. And for a big hitter like Pat, he wants as much rhythm as possible. That's a serve, great serve. I think the fact that he's not winning a whole load of the baseline exchanges probably puts a little bit more pressure on that serve as well, which Pat can more than handle, but it's adding to that sort of cumulative pressure that he's feeling. Good serve again.
And what's the setup, Scott, usually? Will teams have a coach for the male and the female teams? Will they be separate coaches?
I think it depends for different universities. I know Scott at Stirling works with both the men and the women. I think he was over with Rob Cowley on court 5, but there's currently other members of the men's first team who are not currently playing, who are out there supporting the women at the moment. So yeah, it can really just depend.
Well, that's the same with Craig Proctor, who is the head coach at Bath, who we will see later today as they take on the University of Loughborough, reigning champions. However, Bath did have a pretty impressive win yesterday, 6-0, so they are yet to lose a single rubber so far in the season. Of course, it is only the second match. Plenty of rubbers more to lose. Alright, let's see how Pat Young is going to respond to this.
Good first 2 points there by the Stirling man. This match isn't over. He's missed. He's called it in.
Did look in from where I'm sat,
Did
but
it?
what am I to know?
Oof. maybe I'm just a massive hook.
Well, the umpire did call it in as well. Of course, the boys out here today calling their own lines, and the umpire overruling as he sees fit. Haven't been any overrules yet today, though, as far as I'm aware.
No, I think actually Cowdy called one of his own shots wide earlier. Great sportsmanship.
Well, that was a great hold, wasn't it? Found himself love 30 down. And that's what Tom Cowdy has done so well. Such a good competitor, so scrappy, never gives up, keeps pretty level-headed. Well, it is Tom Cowdy of Leeds Beckett who finds himself just 2 points away from putting his team on the board. Not sure about that one. Thought that could have been just wide.
See, I thought that one was in. Thought I might have clipped.
Yeah,
it's a great volley.
Absolutely fantastic tennis. And I stand corrected, that was indeed match point. And it is Tom Cowdy of Leeds Beckett University who is smiling his way to victory. And it was the absolute Cowdy show. He didn't really put too many steps wrong. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, he played a great match. I think he's implemented his game plan absolutely spot on. Didn't give Patrick a lot of rhythm. I thought he served actually very well. Used his backhand slice very well. Made Pat chip and from there dominated. Yeah, I just think it was a very all-round solid performance, and it's got his team to win.
Absolutely. Well, we will be taking a very short commentary break, and we'll be hearing from Tom Cowdy in just a few moments. Following that, it will be James McKinley the Stirling number 1, who will be taking to court 6. And he will face Leeds Beckett University's number 1, who I believe...
Gregor Webster.
Gregor Webster.
I don't think he did he?
Welcome back, Tom. I am here with Tom Cowdy of Leeds Beckett University. He has just defeated Patrick Young of University of Stirling in pretty convincing style. How do you feel it went?
I feel like I played all right. He was definitely making a lot of errors. It's one of them really where I don't know if I made him play bad or he was just playing not so great, but yeah, I was happy with it though, definitely.
Well, yeah, it looked like a pretty epic performance. You didn't do too much wrong. I found out earlier today that you have moved your way up from the 4th team to the 1st team, and that is unbelievable. Talk to me about how you've done that. I mean, obviously on the court, you know, you look like you're very committed. You're a hard worker, but is there kind of anything that you think's made a key difference to your improvement?
No, I'd say it looks like I've improved a lot compared to other players because I had 2 years out of the sport from 14 to 16. So I always kind of felt like I was still catching up. And I come from Staffordshire and there's not much tennis there. So struggling to find hitting partners, I just kind of made do. I was hitting with my dad until I was like 16. And then I came to Leeds Beckett and the facilities are great. We've got a really good coach, so I think that's why it's kind of looked like I've learned really quickly, but it's just a product of what's happened really.
Well, don't do yourself a disservice. You're clearly doing very, very well and certainly standing your ground in the 1st team, so very impressive to see. Unfortunately, however, you are still, as a team, trailing by 1 rubber to 3. Stirling, of course, are reigning champions. Very, very solid team. What sort of conversations are you having with your teammates? Is your coach having with your teammates?
To be honest, we're just going out there and trying to enjoy ourselves really. We're the underdog, their team is on paper a lot stronger, but we're just trying to get stuck in and play tactically and make it hard for them. That's it really. We're not expecting to win, so just enjoy yourselves really, I guess.
Well, it certainly looked like you were doing just that. Thank you so much for joining us and best of luck for the future matches.
Brilliant, thank you very much for having me.
Welcome to the Chelmsford Sports and Athletics Centre for the 2022 BUCS and BT Outdoor Athletics Championship. Coming through, Ashmead challenging. Wow, that is almost impossible to call. To push on through this bend and down into the home straight.
We might see records get broken.
So this is the real battle now that's yet to be decided. Isabel Bombay breaks record determination in the women's 4x4 to take gold.
Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot, now I'm back, it's great, I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Just other boats cheering on for us. And it's amazing.
the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting, the lactic acid will have built up as he looks around and he sees the red boys. This could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race for the day is underway.
Very tight, Brooks take the victory.
Mental things can happen at university boat racing.
What a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again next year at BUCS Regatta 2023.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the BUCS and Teach First Tennis Super League weekend here at Loughborough. We are on court 6 and it is the University of Stirling's James McKinley who leads by 1-0 against Ned Smith of Leeds Beckett University. At this current point in time, it's Stirling who are leading by 3-0, and things are looking pretty impressive on court 5 over there as well, with Stirling leading by 1-0. I am here with Aaron Jenks, who is number 3 in the Leeds Beckett team. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Just a quick overview of how the match is going so far. You've been watching court 6. Your player Ned Smith putting on a good performance, but unfortunately finds himself a set down. What do you think's going on so far?
I mean, James is a quality opponent. He's not really put a foot wrong as of yet from what I've seen. Ned's trying to stick in the matches and trying to just stick in points, and what I've tried to get him to do is just try and take care of his serve as much as possible and see if he can just potentially switch up the tactics a little bit, see if he can get James to pass and maybe come to Ned a little bit more instead of just staying at the baseline and almost getting dragged into James's game. But he's putting on a good performance. He's working with good intensity and good work ethic, which is even when you're losing, that's all you can ever ask.
Well, he's a solid player, isn't he? And he started off in the kind of the 2s and 3s and has worked his way up to the 1s. Give us a bit of background information on Ned Smith.
So yeah, he's in his 3rd year now with us, and he started in the 2s and 3s, and he's put up some good performances recently. He made the quarterfinals in the British Tour in Hull after beating the number 1 seed. So current form suggests to put him where we have done. He's we know from previous experience he's a tricky player, the lefty, the heavy spin. He's a very tricky opponent. To have him here with us playing at 1 helps us down the order as well. There you go, Ned. So if he lights up for a few games, this could all of a sudden become interesting, and that's what Ned can do. We've seen him do it before, and I'm sure we'll see him do it again.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is such small margins, particularly in the doubles. Couple of unfortunate but quite close losses in the doubles. Obviously, it does come down to just a few points as well. When we are playing sudden death juice, what was the sort of conversation after those doubles matches?
So yeah, we lost in both men's and women's. We lost a match tiebreak each. The other 2 were straight sets, but both hard-fought battles. We came together and said that we knew it was a game of fine margins, as it always is. The sudden death juice in the doubles is always anybody's guess. You get a net cord or something, and all of a sudden, you've lost 2 games just on 2 points. You could have played 2 good games, but you've lost. You've lost 4-1, 4-3 because you've just had 2 net cords at the wrong time. But we came together and said, look, this never, the match is never over. There's always stuff to fight for. Rubbers mean a lot in this league in terms of, difference between losing 6-0 or 5-1 could be whether you stay up or not, whether you win the league or whether you don't. So to always, we always knew this season was going to be tough. But coming, based on what we've got in our squad, we need to just try and make the best of it, and that's what we've come out here to try and do. Try and make the best of what we're doing, especially after the 2 doubles, and to try and come out and fight hard against Stirling in the singles.
Well, absolutely, and things are certainly on the up at Leeds Beckett. You won Performance Club of the Year at the Leeds Beckett University Awards, and you also won the same award at the Leeds Sports Awards. Is that correct?
Played Ned. See, there you go. Nice stuff, Ned. So as last year we had a very successful year. We had our 2nd team went up, our 1st team stayed in the National League, our 3rd team stayed in their division as well. 4s went up, 5s won the cup. We created an 8th team, 7s and 6s also had a successful year. So across the board, women's as well, we had our 1s went back up into the National League, Our 2s unfortunately went down, but the 3s went up, so that was just a straight swap. And we've also got a 14 with them as well. So yeah, we had a very successful year last year, and we're just trying to build on that. We have lost a few players, but we're not going to let that stop the progress that we made from last year and the year before.
And what's the kind of general setup at Leeds Beckett University? How often are you training? How often are you sort of doing fitness?
So we have we train on a Monday and a Tuesday and a Friday. So Wednesday's match day, and we have Thursday as a rest day, but there are courts available should you want to play. So a few people do, if they feel like they didn't perform on the Wednesday, or if they just fancy a light hit just to keep moving. We have S&C on a Monday and Friday as well, so we get a whole variety of, we sometimes have court sessions where we do testing and speed and agility work, or whether we're in the gym working on strength and power. We're always looking to try and get everybody to every session. Given the fact that we have 8 teams, we do have to split the training up, so we've got men's A, B and C trainings. We just try and get everybody else to come into training without it being such a level gap, so it becomes worth it for everybody. And we try and get everybody to S&C to develop, because we all know that the strength and conditioning side of it has such a big play. I mean, especially when you're trying to play 3 full sets, the fitness and the strength that you need to be able to do that is something that doesn't just come without going to S&C.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Played Ned.
Well, things are potentially looking up here for Leeds Beckett University. That was Aaron Jenks. Thank you so much for joining us.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Pleasure to have you talk to us, and I will let you go back on court.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Off we go. A few signs of frustration there from James McKinley. McKinley not happy with that one. Looks just a touch wide from where I'm sat. want to see a touch more energy there from McKinley. Did well to clinch the first set, but definitely seeing a little dip in the energy levels of Sterling. Could be because they are well on their way to victory over on court 5. Should they get that court 5 victory, that will secure them the win against Leeds Beckett. But as we know, every rubber counts.
Looked long to me, but
Well, we had some background information there on Ned Smith. And Scott, tell us what you know about James McKinley.
James, very good doubles player, good singles player as well. He's probably going to look to come forward as much as possible. I'm sure you've seen that in the first set. Likes to get his volleys involved. Doesn't really want to hang around at the baseline for too long at all. So he's going to try and use his serve, get in as quickly as possible. You'll see a lot of serve and volley. And it seemed to work for him well in the first set. Clipping the back edge of the line there.
Yeah, that's a solid approach, isn't it? Within inches of the baseline. And of course, not their usual lineup. Yesterday we saw Ewan Moore play in the #1 position, but unfortunately he is carrying an illness and a shoulder strain, so he is out of the singles lineup. McKinley taking his place. Yeah, that's a great serve.
Great approach, great volley. Keeps it to the one break of serve.
Yeah, and what do you think Sterling coach is going to be saying to James McKinley? He is one set up, but he trails by 1-2.
Get himself into the points in any way he can. He seems to be able to attack quite a lot. The way sort of Ned hits the ball, it's kind of sits up a little bit in here, so James likes to take the forehand flat and charge off that, and he's been successful so far. So Arpit's just going to be reminding him of what was working in the first set and keep it going.
Hits with a lot of topspin does Ned Smith, particularly on that forehand wing. Is that the type of ball that James McKinley likes to receive, or?
Yeah, especially in here. I think on an outdoor hard court where the surface is a bit more gritty and grippy, that ball will jump outside of where James wants to hit it, especially on that backhand ring. In here, it probably doesn't come any higher than shoulder height, and James is more than okay to flatten that forehand out and take advantage of that ball.
That's got to be point of the match so far for me, maybe even point of the day. Sensational hands from James McKinley. But the passing shot at the end, just too good. There are some shots where you do just have to hold your hand up and say, too good.
All, half chance for the Stirling man. Yeah, good patience from McKinley there. Didn't try to overpress and do anything stupid too early. Waited for the right ball, cracked the forehand, gave it a little bit more pace, followed it in, but didn't need to hit the volley. Has himself a break back point.
Oh, he did so well. Again, just showing a few signs of frustration. It was a similar situation yesterday.
Yeah, he's done all the right things until he actually got the ball that he wanted. He stayed in the point, and then just needs to give himself just a bigger target on that. He's put that halfway up the net. Doesn't need to be a winner. Come into that side, make it massive. Lovely feel by Ned there.
Yeah, that's the tactic that Aaron was talking about earlier. Get to the net. When he gets to the net, it's like he can do no wrong.
Oh, shot.
Yeah, that's a fantastic shot. And he models his game on Rafa Nadal, does Ned Smith, and that certainly looked like a Rafa combination to me.
Banana forehand line. Love it.
Well, it is Leeds Beckett who have taken an early lead in the second set. It's not all plain sailing for the reigning champions. Oof, didn't need to go for that much.
Great serve. Set up the point. Just I think wrong choice when he got there.
Well, James McKinley certainly showing no signs of nerves or anxiousness. We know the level he can play at. Made the final of a 25k, I believe that was in doubles earlier this year. Plays more doubles than he does singles. Has a goal to be top 100 in doubles. Models his game off Novak Djokovic. And a fun fact, I love reading these. Most cones hit in one practice. What do we think?
You have to turn up to practice to do that. Oh. No.
Ouch.
Most cones hit in one practice. Actually, I think I might remember that practice. Unfortunately. I think he's right on that one, yeah.
Well, I am here with Scott Duncan. He is a former University of Stirling alumni. Scott, you are best placed to talk to us about the setup at Stirling. How many times are they training? Who are the coaches? Give us a bit of an overview.
Yeah, it's a great setup at Stirling. You've got Scott McCauley is the head coach. He coaches the men and women's, actually all teams, men and women. He's assisted by Arpit Sharma, who you'll see on court right now, helping out James McKinley. Arpit is a graduate assistant, but he's currently still studying a PhD, good player in his own right. And over there helping the girls is James Blair, who is a fourth-year student, and assists with the girls. The scholars train 8 till 10 in the morning, the men, and the women come in 10 till 12, and there's club performance sessions and just tennis club sessions around those times. The scholars also have 3 compulsory gym sessions a week. So yeah, it's a pretty good setup, I think. Great shot. Yeah, I forgot to mention actually. There's also opportunity for the guys and girls to train in the afternoon if their classes allow. So there's a whole lot of opportunity to play tennis and to get better.
Well, it's certainly a pretty solid setup. It's been home to some Scottish greats, including Maya Lumsden, who's currently WTA ranked, and Johnny O'Mara. Johnny, an ATP ranked doubles player. What's Johnny ranked now?
I think he has dropped to, I think he's 90 in the world, but I think maybe as of a month ago was around about 50. I could be wrong there though.
James McKinley not too happy with that one. Did he think the serve was long or just unhappy with his return?
I think it might have been a ball rolling onto the back of the court, you know? I'm not entirely sure. It surprises me he models his game off of Novak Djokovic. James, a very, very aggressive player, likes to get into the net. Novak, baseline grinder for want of a better term.
Well, I think if I had Novak's volleys, I wouldn't be too disappointed.
That's true.
Balls flying here, there and everywhere at the moment. And just to update on the action on court 5, it is a set and 3-2 to Liam Hignett of Stirling University. They are just 3 games away from sealing the victory, but of course every rubber counts.
Leading here, James McKinley, his biggest win, he said, is his coach, Scott McCauley. Love to see it.
Scott McCauley, a player in the team himself?
He used to be, yeah. He was at uni when I was at uni.
all 8 years.
Lovely shot there, James. No, Scott started after me and finished before me. He was one of those. We did actually study the same masters together, so that was good fun.
Seems to be a bit of drama on court 5. Not sure what's happening there.
That's good. We love to see it.
We do love a bit of drama. Again, I just want to see James McKinley hitting that backhand return a little bit more. It is spinny, but it's not the fastest paced serve in the world. And I think he can just step in, use his backhand, use his pace a little more than he is. Doesn't need to be neutralising that return. He can almost attack it, in my opinion. Yeah, great shot.
Both players starting to get a little bit agitated on this court. I wonder if that's spill over from the other court. Good to see though, two teams, two very competitive teams.
Well, it just goes to show how much it means to both of these players, but it is Liam Hignett who's running away with the lead over on court 5, set and 5-2. And should he get that victory, it might just relieve some of the pressure, some of the anxiety that James McKinley seems to be carrying on his shoulders at the moment. Really seems to favour that wide serve, does Ned Smith.
It's always a useful tactic for the lefty. Swing somebody out wide and then it opens the court. He's looking to obviously hit that forehand back into James's forehand, and he's just unfortunately missed that one. But fortunate for the Sterling man, back on serve.
Well, I can confirm it is victory Sterling, and Liam Hignett has just taken the victory in straight sets against the Leeds Beckett, number 2.
Hignett 2 from 2 from singles this weekend.
Yeah, said he's your star player, and I tend to agree with you there. Put on a pretty solid performance yesterday. Came out today full of energy.
Yeah, I spoke to Scott McCauley, the Sterling coach, about him, and he said he's really embraced sort of the uni setup. He's embraced living on his own for the first time, and he's shown a lot of enthusiasm, and it's good to see him getting some results.
Well, it will be interesting to see how James McKinley reacts to that. It can go one of two ways. Got the victory. Could either relax him, or he could go out and feel that he doesn't need to get the job done because his teammates rather have done that for him. Well, let's hope it's the former. All the right things there from Ned Smith. You can see he's trying to take the ball on a little more, trying to be slightly more aggressive. Unfortunately, a few errors creeping in. We saw McKinley get the break back there, and he now leads by a set and 4-3. Just 2 games away from extending the lead, and that would lead to a 5-1 victory to Sterling. Scott, what are your thoughts on the match so far?
I think both players have actually played a good match. James is implementing his game style pretty well. He's trying to get forward. Ned, I think, is doing what he can. As you say, he's also trying to be more aggressive now that he's been broken back. And for me, I feel the match is in McKinley's hands. I think a lot of the points are won and lost based on what he does and his choices. That's not to take anything away from Ned, because Ned's doing an awful lot of the right things. I think that James possibly in here just provides a little bit more firepower that can really hurt Ned more than Ned can hurt James.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that there. He's got a big serve, big forehand, and he can do a lot of damage with both of those shots. I think it's just a concentration game now for James McKinley. Can he keep his focus for 2 more games? And we know for sure that Ned Smith will not be giving up. He's a great competitor. Brilliant work ethic. We are seeing a few signs of frustration, I would say. But he's going to make McKinley fight for every single point.
Ned Smith doing well there just to keep the ball low, prevent James from actually hitting through the ball. I think he did have a chance on that forehand, but he opted to hit the slice. Great forehand there from McKinley. I think that's an area where Ned will look to improve. He's set up the point really, really nicely there with that serve. Got the mid-court forehand. Kind of let the forehand drop and just ripped it into McKinley's backhand. I think there was an opportunity there to flatten that ball out and really, really be aggressive with it. With his forehand grip, it's quite difficult. It's extreme Western. But there's advantages to having that sort of forehand grip on an outdoor hard court, on a clay court. That forehand will be pretty menacing. James McKinley probably got more of a continental grip, to be honest, so he likes to hit the ball very, very flat, and that probably lends itself to playing more indoors and grass court type of tennis.
Yeah, good sportsmanship there. It did look like it just clipped the line. I think McKinley hoped it was going out.
I think so. Good sportsmanship though, as you say. Changed his call, realised he was wrong.
In fairness, we haven't seen many altercations over the line calling. Umpires obviously there to keep the score, but the boys are calling their own lines. These umpires as well, very well experienced. They are professional ATP, WTA umpires. Unfortunately, however, no Hawkeye, no electronic let cord recording. We've made some serious strides forwards in university tennis, but unfortunately, no Hawkeye yet. That's one for the future, I think.
All.
Well, McKinley just 2 points away from taking home the victory at #1 singles. He won't have played at this #1 position a huge amount of times.
I think this might be his first time playing at number 1. Yeah.
Well, that sets up the match point for James McKinley. Oof, he'll be disappointed with that one, I think. Did so much right, got the short ball.
Just looked to guide that one a little bit.
Yeah.
Probably saw the finish line. Pretty much if he'd made that ball. Back to Juice. Better point there.
Yeah, great play. Looked like he really had an intention there as he came forward to play that point. And is that what these players are doing? Are they stepping up to the line thinking, I'm going to serve in this spot and then I'm going to hit this shot? Or is it all dependent on the play?
I think the very best players will have sort of set patterns of play. Oof. Yeah, set patterns of play that they're going to try to execute on big points. I think Federer always said that on big points he was going to go wide on the juice court with his serve, and it was really up to the player. All the players knew it, but his serve was actually that good anyway. And then obviously if they're shifting over to cover the wide, he can then go tee occasionally, and it makes a difference. He's then so yeah, they're kind of playing the point in their mind. And they have an idea of what they want to do, for sure.
Well, is that James McKinley taking a leaf out of Roger Federer's book? Who knows?
Maybe, yeah.
Well, that is in very fitting style that he sealed the match with a drop shot and a volley winner. It's a convincing victory for James McKinley of Stirling University, and there it is again. The squirrel. 6-2, 6-3 against third year Ned Smith of Leeds Beckett University, and not a bad performance from the Leeds Beckett youngster. He did a lot of things right, but I think it was just the weapons of James McKinley, the serve, his ability to mix the pace up, and that big forehand of his that ultimately sealed the win. And that brings Stirling to a 5-1 victory. Well, very shortly we will be catching up with James McKinley for a quick interview, and then we'll be taking a quick break before resuming commentary on Court 6 here at Loughborough University, where we'll be tuning in to watch some action on the women's side, and it will be the University of Bath, who are in fine form and have not yet lost a single rubber, who will be taking on reigning champions, the University of Loughborough. Stay with us.
Hello again. I am here with Stirling's James McKinley. James, how was that match? You played number 1 for your first time, I believe. Talk us through it.
It was, oh my god, I can hear myself. I think it was alright. I was nervous going into it because my singles form hasn't been great recently, and playing a 1 that your team, they're not expecting you to win, but you're hoping that you're picking up rubbers at 1 and 2, and we did do that today with Liam and myself, and I actually quite enjoyed it. I'm pretty exhausted because I haven't played much singles, but I'm sure over time I'll progress and be better at it, and hopefully be a bit fitter.
Yeah, I think you did a good job. What do you think worked well for you out there?
Speaking with Arpit on the court, we fought the backhand cross because the guy I played was a lefty, so he was kind of covering his backhand side more. So even if the backhand cross wasn't as good, it was still effective because he then had to move a lot more, and then he's kind of out of position, and then I could go into the backhand side and come in and put a volley away. That was kind of the intention for the match.
Nice. You mentioned your coach Arpit there. How much of a help is it to have a coach on the court with you?
I think it actually helps a lot because we all know this, that you see a lot more from when you're not playing. You see every angle pretty much of the court, and you see every shot. Whereas on the court, you're basically going off where your opponent is, and you kind of basically don't want to hit it where he is majority of the time. So it's nice to then, at the change of ends, you hear someone say, "Look, if you do this, this is going to set the ball nicely for you." So that's what I tried to do.
Nice. So you going on to that match there, you were potentially looking to seal the win. I know Liam managed to win before you, but does that change your the way you prepare for the match?
I think it gives you a bit more adrenaline, just to knowing that if you could be the one to win the tie for the team, and everyone's going to get pretty excited about it. It's no better feeling. I know you've been there a fair few times. I think we've both been there. So it's actually saying this yesterday. Sometimes it's tough playing in front of a crowd because they all want you to win. But I think in that moment where you know if you win this match, they're just going to go absolutely nuts, and that's probably the best feeling you could have when you're playing a team event. Yeah, nice. So Stirling are the reigning champions. You had a tough loss yesterday. Talk me through how you guys have been able to sort of bounce back, because you've had a very convincing win today. I think we all looked at each other last night and went, we were probably a little bit flat yesterday. And I think we knew that today was still going to be hard, maybe not quite as hard as the match was yesterday, but we knew that, well, Pat and I nearly lost the doubles earlier because there was a bit of momentum change. I think we were a bit flat at some points, but we managed to get through it, and I think that's probably what turned it a little bit, because Rob was down in his match and then fought back to win the first set. But had we lost that doubles at the start, I think that mind changed a lot. Like, I was actually thinking that when I was 4-3 up in the second, I was like, Pat and I had lost that doubles, so all of a sudden 3-2 and I'm now serving for it. It's a little bit more added pressure, but thankfully I think that was the turning point, was just winning that match tiebreak. In my opinion, I think that's what really put us on the right track to go and win 3 out of the 4 singles.
Nice. So when you're talking about you're watching both courts while you're playing doubles, do you think playing as a team is able to help you perform, or does it hinder? It's a different atmosphere to playing individually and on your own and representing yourself. Does that mean anything?
I think, yeah, I mean, I love playing part of a team, but I actually hate being part of the team sometimes, because I find the added pressure sometimes a bit too much, whereas I prefer playing for myself, which is selfish, but I tend to perform better. But I'm quite happy to win both today, because when you do win as part of the team, everyone's pretty happy for you and you feel much better about yourself, so it's always a good feeling.
Yeah, it's just a very different...
It's just a very different atmosphere. Yeah. Very different, as you know, for 8 years. So.
Of course, yeah. James, thanks for coming on. Appreciate it, and congratulations.
Thank you.
welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot. Now I'm back. It's great. I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Just other boats cheering on for us. And it's amazing.
And the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting, the lactic acid will have built up as he looks around and he sees the red boys. This could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race for the day is underway.
Very tight, Brooks take the victory.
Mental things can happen at university boat racing.
What a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again next year at BUCS Regatta 2023.
Hello and a very warm welcome to Ponds Forge International Sports Centre from the Speedo BUCS Short Course Swimming Championships.
Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome to you from the University of Nottingham for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
The 114 teams competing here today. 57 trophy bars and championship final, all here.
We are underway here, end-to-end stuff as we said.
Beautiful, beautiful shot there. The atmosphere is just building and building and building. It's great.
First ever British wheelchair basketball final.
We've got a man in the corner, and he's caught!
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Goes it alone, like an enemy in the night. Mission impossible for two.
They've been creating the wall of noise.
Coaches, players, spectators up off their seats.
In and converts this time.
And that is it. And the cheers all around. Absolute wall of noise.
It was the final that we wanted.
So they are the supporters who you've been hearing. Huge celebrations.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again for BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance in 2023.
Welcome to Six Ways, and it is the day of the week that we oh so love. It is BUCS Super Rugby Wednesday.
Every game, every minute does not matter. It is the here and now, and that's why we love Cup Final Rugby.
We know how much history is in the place, we know how much pride there is in everything that we're doing. We'd love to put a bit of a spectacle on show and just play some proper rugby.
History suggests this is going to be a tight one.
Ball off the top now, Tom Hitchcock crashes, Tom Hitchcock goes, Tom Hitchcock scores!
That's going to be a try for Merrill Smith.
Ollie Walker and then Nick Jonas gets Durham's first try in the final.
To go direct, a big rampaging run and taking Ellen Bobby's with her. That's Amy Dow, and that's a try.
There it is, finally the Palatinate wall yield. Exeter back in the final.
Hartbury, who are the queens of BUCS women's rugby.
Have it, your Women's National League Cup champions for 2020.
Exeter win the penalty. The green machine explodes. That Super Rugby bleeds green. The cup is the glory that will live with them forever.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the BUCS and Teach First Tennis Super League weekend here at Loughborough University. We are live on Court 6 with commentary and Court 5 with a stream. We are watching the University of Bath women's first team, who are taking on home team and reigning champions, the University of Loughborough. It is Phoebe Suthers and Abby Taylor of Loughborough, who are currently trailing by 2-3 against Freya Davies and Orla Cooper of Bath. My name is Pippa Horn and I'm here with none other than the legendary Scott Duncan.
Hello, hello, hello. Excited to be back.
Former Stirling graduate and an ATP professional tennis player. Scott, it's great to have you on board with us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. We've seen a lot of good tennis over the past couple of days, and I'm looking forward to this match. Should be tasty.
Absolutely.
Great serve. As you can hear, there's a great atmosphere about the centre this weekend. We've got 6 of the top university teams from the men and women's leagues competing in the national league. One of the great things about university tennis is you can actually have people watching. You've got a support network around you. You can play with your friends and like-minded people, and it's nice in an individual sport to have a team event.
Yeah, really good from Abby Taylor. Just come back from placement. Her partner Phoebe Suthers plays in the number 2 position. And a very inspiring story. She was born profoundly deaf. So congrats to her. Really inspiring to see her on court today and doing so well. Yeah, that's a good move from Orla Cooper. Bath looking particularly strong. They've just secured the break of serve. Haven't won it in recent years, but they have come very, very close. I'm a former Bath graduate myself, so I'm a Team Blue all the way. And they are coached by Chris Starkey and Craig Proctor. Very, very close team. They all get on well, all very committed. And got a good setup going on as well. They train Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays and Fridays, so they play a lot of tennis throughout the week. And what's interesting about the Bath setup is it is a senior academy as well, and the university players do link into that senior academy. So when I was there, they were split. It was the university and the seniors who would train at different times. But clearly now that's changed. They have players like Alicia Barnett in the senior academy. She's a top 100 WTA doubles player. So great experience for these girls and the university team to train with the likes of Alicia. I know that Olivia Nichols spends a bit of time there as well. Yeah, great serving from Freya Davies. She's a final year student. She studies sports management. Didn't lose a doubles match for the whole of last season. What a stat.
Great stat.
Well, great hands. You can tell she's an experienced doubles player. Plays very, very good doubles. Knows where to stand on the court. Good hands. Good serve, good return. And often that's what it comes down to on the doubles court.
Good hold of serve there, and Pippa, she's a lefty. Always gives everybody something a little bit extra to think about, I think.
Well, especially on these courts. Did always struggle returning the serve of a lefty. It's just a different look, isn't it?
I find that generally speaking as well, a lot of both the men and women, when you're at the net, you try to find the backhand of the player at the back of the court, and sometimes it takes a little bit of a while to adjust to find the lefty's backhand, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bath looking particularly strong so far, I would say. They had a very convincing win yesterday. They defeated Leeds Beckett University 6-0. This, of course, is only their second match of the season so far. But they have not lost a single rubber. And I'm sure we'll be looking to continue on with that very convincing win-loss record.
Oh, great play. Davies all over the court there. Up at the net, back to cover the lob. Great play.
Well, that's Phoebe Southers, serving for the University of Loughborough. She was part of the cup winning team last year, and she won a decisive shootout in the cup victory.
Great shot.
That's a great shot. But she certainly knows how to play under pressure.
She did. In fact, Newman Billington sitting at the side there helping them says she only knows how to play under pressure. So there we go.
Yeah, great tennis from Orla Cooper. She's in her first year, but she did come from Leeds Beckett University, where she did a foundation course. She's now studying biology at Bath. Loves her backhand, and you can see why. Such a solid shot. Looks so effortless.
Working well together as a team there, Bath. Cross-court shot, and then Davies was able to squeeze the middle and able to intercept that volley. Really, really nice doubles.
Yeah, nice energy as well.
Good point. Abby Taylor taking a leaf out of Freya's book there. Taking the middle ball. Really trying to win that battle of the net there.
Yeah, great serve. Loves the backhand in her hitting zone. Does Cooper, but I'm sure Southers and Taylor will be looking to make a move just a few steps. Yeah, that's great play from Taylor. Saw the opportunity. Such an aggressive position at the net there. And a fantastic hold from Taylor and Southers. They do find themselves, however, in a compromising position. They are 3-5 down. Bit of eye formation here from the Bath girls.
Love to see it. Nice little bit of eye there. Eye formation. Eye formation is good just to change.
Oh! Sorry, Scott. I think
No
that was
problem.
the best point I've ever seen in college, women's college tennis, over on court 5. Wow, I'm shook. Little outcome focus perhaps there from Davies. It's in perfectly the right position, but wasn't able to execute on the volley.
Eye formation again.
Well,
Yeah, the eye formation just used just to sort of break up the rhythm of the returner. Often if the girls are standing normal formation, the return can generally just go across, whereas from eye, I mean, it just sort of puts a little bit of doubt in the returner's mind as to whether or not they should return cross or line, and sometimes that can be enough just to disrupt the rhythm. Just long. And generally speaking, if you're serving, I formation can get your partner involved a lot easier, as we saw there with Davies and Cooper.
Well, the energy on court right now is just electric. It's certainly turned up a notch in volume since the men's match this morning. I don't know whether that's the energy that the Bath girls are bringing or whether it's Loughborough and all their supporters. They do have the home court advantage. There are plenty of Loughborough fans here today. And it is the University of Bath who have just taken the first set. 6-3. And a similar situation over on court 5, where the number 2 pair are also in a winning position. They lead by 1 set to love and 1 game to love. So just to give you a little bit of background information on the event, you are watching the BUCS and Teach First Tennis Super League weekend. The competition is the pinnacle of the 10-week BUCS Tennis Team League, which comprises the 6 best male and female teams in the nation. We have Bath, Nottingham, Stirling, Loughborough, Leeds Beckett University and Durham, all competing 2 matches over the course of the weekend. Typically they would play their fixtures on regular BUCS Wednesdays, with each team playing 1 home and 1 away fixture, but twice a year they meet at a centralised venue to play 2 matches over the course of the weekend. They played their first yesterday and we saw some absolutely thrilling tennis, and they play their second today. And of course each team is made up of 4 players. They have 4 singles ranked 1 to 4. 4 goes on first, followed by 3, 2 and 1. But prior to that though is the doubles, which are both played at the same time, and there are 2 of those. And the BUCS League and knockout competitions run from October to March, so this is only the 2nd match. It is a 10-week league, so there are plenty of opportunities to compete. Just wide there from Taylor. Perhaps wasn't the right play, but Davies just making herself such a strong presence there at the net.
Yeah, maybe not the right play by Taylor, but also maybe one just to bank that. She has gone line there. Maybe Davies won't look to go over next time. She thinks she might go line, so just plant a little bit of a seed of doubt.
That was always my strategy. Yeah, great serve.
unbelievable hands.
Oof. Just missed it.
Great get.
And I think what Taylor does so well, and did particularly well in that last point, is the jam body serve. She really sets up the point well.
Yeah, really nice serve again. Just I think tried to rush beforehand. Didn't need to be a winner. Just needed to get herself up to the net and go from there.
Well, I'm not sure down the line is the play against Freya Davies. She's so solid at the net. Didn't lose a doubles match for the whole of last season. Yeah, just deep. Again with the body serve. Cooper just not enjoying that that jam serve.
Hating it.
It's almost like a topspin slice, would you say? Not quite topspin, not quite slice.
Yeah.
Seems to be effective though. And
my coach used to call that the slop. Oh, seriously.
Well, she'll be disappointed with that one. Not the time to hit a double fault for Abby Taylor, and it is the University of Bath who lead by 1 set to love, 1 game to love. Really enjoying this doubles so far, Scott. It is a little bit one-sided, but both teams playing good doubles. And
yeah, there's a lot of net action, a lot of sort of good rallies at the net, nice field shots, lob goes up. It's yeah, there's a lot of good points. I think probably the key for Loughborough in this set is just to not try to do too much. They need to change something, but at the same time, I just don't rush the points too much. Make Bath win it rather than lose it themselves. That was in. Oh, bless you. I think Taylor maybe thought that was going to drift long, and then by the time she realised it was going in, the point was done.
both girls looking like they're having so much fun, which is great to see, and really what it's all about.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about having fun. It's one of the great things about uni tennis, as I said earlier. You get to be part of a team in an individual sport. It's not something that happens too regularly. So I think all these players relish that opportunity.
Great backhands from Abby Taylor and Orla Cooper. It is the battle of the backhands at the moment. So often, Scott, we see in women's tennis, actually that backhand wing is stronger than the forehand. Certainly the case with myself.
I think you're doing your forehand another disservice, but... Here we go. Battle of the backhands again. Great move across.
She's such a presence at the net, isn't she?
Great teamwork, actually. The serve jammed. Taylor didn't really give her an option other than to go cross, and then Davies just squeezed the middle. Took that volley. Did well to get out of that game, Bath. Good hands there from Loughborough's Abby Taylor, just popping that over the head of Cooper. Great shot.
Oof, Davies did so well to take that lob on the rise there. I think it would have been a bit of a different story if she'd let that bounce over her head, move backwards a bit, given Loughborough the opportunity to potentially take the smash, but took it on the rise instead and managed to turn the point around. Oof. Really, really solid doubles from both pairs. Davies not happy with that volley, but great reactions from Taylor.
She apologises, but it was actually going past Cooper anyway. Let's change the direction. Bath 2, Loughborough 1. clipping the back edge of the line, I think, that volley. Lefty slider wide, a disgusting serve to return. I've always found Pippa, I don't know about you.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything that Abby Taylor could have done differently there.
I don't think so. She made the right move. Moved forward as well. Great move forward, covered it, and just good hands from Davies just to pop that into the open space. Taylor's actually very, very good at that. A lot of girls will just move sideways, but she takes 2 steps in and then goes, and it really makes herself look big at the net.
Again, very strategically placed volleys there from Cooper and Davies. They just have such a good understanding of the court and each other's positioning as well. They move as a pair. And so often especially in women's doubles, people are playing sort of 2 sets of singles.
There you go again, there was that move forward, good move forward. Pretty good volley to be fair as well. Cooper just covered the net well there.
Very good reactions from both players. Great hands as well.
As I said, it's a very entertaining doubles. There's a lot of sort of short, sharp rallies and volleys are getting involved, and the girls really showing their hand skills out here. Unbelievable point. Unbelievable.
Hello. Universe, is there as audio?
Oh, that is a fantastic shot from Abby Taylor. Love how level-headed she is as well, just doesn't get too ahead of herself. And Bath seem to be running away with it just a little bit on both courts, actually. Setting 4-1 on court 6, setting 5-2 on court 5. We knew they were solid going into this match, had a very solid win yesterday, yet to lose a single rubber. But Coach Craig Proctor must be very proud of his girls out there today. Davies and Cooper putting on an absolute spectacle. Not an easy match either. Taylor and Southers haven't done a huge amount wrong, but it's been a very, very high quality doubles match so far.
There's that body serve again you were talking about, Pippa.
Yeah, so effective, isn't it? Especially on these pretty fast courts. Impressive first serve percentage as well from Team Bath.
Yeah.
Orla Cooper, Freya Davies not missing many first serves. Haven't seen many double faults creeping in either.
I was just thinking they're about to go setting 5-1 up, and I think for sure they deserve it. I think that Loughborough should feel a little bit hard done by right now. It's been a good doubles match. I think Bath are just seeming to edge out the big points.
Yeah, loving the energy we're seeing here on court 6 as well. Freya Davies bringing so much energy, so many smiles to the court. Love to see that. And quite a few of those as well. It is Team Bath who lead by 1 set to love, 5 games to 1, and just 1 game away from taking a 1-0 lead in rubbers and continuing on their 100% winning streak. And I can confirm that it is a win for Team Bath over on court 5. So they are already 1 love up in rubbers.
Good hands there from Orla Cooper, quick reactions. Had to change direction. I think she'd gone to cover middle. Got across and hit a great volley, great backhand volley.
A win here on court 6 would give them a 2-0 lead. Phenomenal athleticism from Orla Cooper. She was all over the net.
Great reading of the game there as well. Knew that the ball was likely to go across and just covered across.
Well, just 1 point away from sealing the victory.
Left-handed dig, not enough to get the point.
What a point to seal the victory. That just says it all for me. A phenomenal performance from Team Bath in Freya Davies and Orla Cooper. Coach is happy, the girls are happy, and you can see it in their faces. That was a pretty seamless performance from my side. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, 100%. As I said, for a 1-on-1, I thought that was actually very entertaining doubles. It's yeah, it was one-sided in a way, but it seemed like there was always something happening. There was always like good rallies going on, different things were happening, and yeah, it was an enjoyable watch.
Lots of net play, love the formations, and great to see the girls doing some formations on the returns as well, not just the serves. So often in women's doubles we don't see any of those formations, and clearly the girls enjoy playing together. They enjoy trialling different tactics, and everything just seemed to come together for them today. All credit to the Loughborough girls. They remained very level-headed. A good performance from them, but unfortunately just not quite good enough for Davies and Cooper. We'll be taking a very quick break on the commentary, and very soon we'll be hearing from Freya Davies. After that, of course, the singles will take to the court, and on court 6 it'll be the number 3 singles, Ellie Scarf. She has just got engaged, so shout out to her newly engaged fiance Tom. And also shout out to her parents, Teresa and Steve. Hope you're watching, hope you enjoyed the first doubles. For now though, let's take a very quick break.
Paula. See you later. Yeah. Back to the. I surprised myself so much. I was like, fucking hell, I can win this. And then I was like, third set, I was like, nah, it's not happening. Love you lots.
What doubles?
Lost in the third set, again. Love you. Up and down south.
Hello again. I'm here with Bath's Freya Davies. First of all, congratulations. It was a pretty comfy one-on-one performance. Did it feel like that on the court?
Thank you. Yeah, it felt pretty comfy. We had some tight moments, a few sudden death deuces, but me and Orla seemed to play big on those big points and played some solid tennis.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a good to go to love against Loughborough.
Yeah. So I hear that you went undefeated in doubles last year. Is that the plan this year? You and Orla seem to gel really well. Have you played together before?
Yeah, we haven't played together before. No, this is the first weekend. We've obviously practiced and training, but you never really know what it's going to be like until you set foot on the court. But yeah, it's going really well. She's got a good serve, and she's solid at the net and from the back, so it works pretty well.
Yeah, you look to complement each other really well.
Mm-hmm.
So you won 6-0 yesterday, I believe. Talk us through what are your goals as a team this year?
We did, yeah. So we have three newbies in this year. We have two freshers and Daniela, who's come from America doing a master's. So they've all come from playing a lot of tennis. Frankie has come from America, a year in America. Bellini's come from 4 years in America, and Orla's been playing a lot at an academy. So we're looking, the strongest we've looked for a few years, which is really cool. 6-love yesterday, good start. You never really know how it's going to go, but I'm feeling confident this year. We've got a good team, we've got some good depth, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Good, yeah, confidence is key. We spoke to your coach earlier actually. He said you were a very tight group and you all get on really well. How much does that sort of affect what goes on court?
Oh, for sure, yeah. So we finished second last year to a strong Loughborough team. And I think that reflected, we were really, really close last year as a team, and I think that definitely reflected on court compared to the years before. So yeah, I think it makes a massive difference. Everyone's really close. There's no kind of beef or just nothing silly going on off court, and we all back each other, and we all want each other to do really well. So I love the team stuff. It's what gets me going. It's what drives me. So yeah.
Nice. Final thoughts. What are your predictions on these matches?
Of course, I've got to back my girls. I think Ellie's going to have a good match. Daniel Latta's playing well. But of course, I'm backing us. Frankie's got some big groundies, big forehands, so hopefully if she can get that going, we'll have a good level match, both matches actually.
Brilliant. Freya, thanks for your time.
Thank you very
good
much.
luck with future matches.
Cheers, thanks.
Hello and welcome back to the BUCS Super Weekend. We are joined by Daniela Bellini, who is from Bath. First of all, congratulations on your doubles. How was it?
It was really good, thank you. We had a really good time. I think we meshed a bit better today than we did yesterday, just because yesterday was our first match ever together.
First ever match? Wow.
Yeah, first ever time playing together. So I think today we really just figured it out.
Nice. So first of all, congratulations on the 6-0 win yesterday.
Oh, thank you.
Is this now the goal for the rest of the year, an unbeaten season?
I mean, I don't want to say it and jinx us, because there's still people playing singles, but I think that would be the best outcome. But yeah, I think that's the goal every time, is everyone just play their best and hopefully get to 6-0 or 6-0.
What was your coach saying before the match today, after such a great win yesterday?
He honestly just said pretty much the same thing he said yesterday, which was go out there and play your best and just, kind of stay steady and don't get too emotional if it starts to not go in the right direction. And I really like that. That's usually how I play, is, just don't get too upset if, the tides start to turn in a direction you don't want. So I thought that was pretty good.
Nice, yeah. So can you tell us a little bit about the setup at Bath, sort of who your coaches are, what your training schedule is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we get Procky and Starkey. I'm still getting used to that, because I'm used to coach and then last name, but they call him Procky and Starkey. So yeah, we usually practice about Monday, Tuesday, and then matches Wednesday. Usually Thursday off, although you can practice if you want, and then practice Friday. We usually play doubles, which I do like practicing doubles, because that's usually what I feel like you do the best in, is when you practice together with your doubles partner. And we usually try to do strength and conditioning twice a week, so not too different from the US.
Nice, yeah. So you say you're always together as a group. I spoke to your coach earlier. He said you were a really, really tight-knit unit. Do you think that helps on the court?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I've only been on this team for 2 or 3 weeks now, and everyone's just been so nice and so welcoming. And it's when you go into practice, everyone just wants to do well and just supports each other. So yeah, I think that's really important, because if you don't like each other off the court, it's hard to do well on the court when you're actually trying to support each other. So yeah.
There's a professional academy at Bath as well. Do you guys get to train with them? Do you mix?
I don't know, because on the girls' side, I think the girl that's in the academy has been playing tournaments, traveling, so I haven't actually seen her yet. But I've actually hit a few times with the juniors, the high junior girls, and that's been kind of fun for me, because I haven't played with non-college girls in quite a while, and so that's been a good mix-up. But yeah, I see them around.
Yeah, how is that then? What's the difference in terms of your practice, sort of college practice, compared to sort of dealing with juniors in the practice? What do you have to change?
Honestly, nothing. I mean, the juniors that practice occasionally with us, I mean, they're such a high level that you don't really have to change anything. It's just, if anything, it's nice because you get to hit a different ball than your teammates that you've been practicing with all week, and it's good to hit with someone different.
Nice. So I believe you went to Bucknell for 4 years.
I did.
Can you just talk us through that, and what are the similarities and differences between the US college system and the UK?
There's actually quite a lot more than I was expecting. Bucknell, so I was there, like you said, for 4 years. I got my major in computer engineering, and so for me, it's so different, because I was with the same group of 6 to 10 girls for 4 years. Obviously, the seniors would graduate every year, but it's you really stuck with the same people. And so right off the bat, it was weird for me, because I came here and they're like, oh, there's a 1 and a 2 team, and they play separate schools, they travel separately. And for me, that was strange. So it's we just always had one team, and everyone went, you would play 1 through 6 courts. I'll be honest, I didn't understand the scoring when I first got here. The fact that you can tie and not have a winner was very strange to me, especially since all the doubles count as a point, because in the US you play 3 doubles courts and the majority wins the doubles point. So it's you know, you could lose your doubles, but if the other two courts win, then it's like you still win the doubles point. So, not to mention the fact that you get to play 2 sets of doubles. In the U.S. it's just 1, and it's no ad.
Yeah.
So they go really fast.
Yeah,
so
I can imagine.
I kind of like that difference, because for doubles it was so hard if you didn't get on the court and like right off the bat you're playing well. It's like the game was just gone, you know, because it was so fast. So I've enjoyed that. It's just been a little hard because I did get really close to my team at Bucknell, and I mean I was gonna have to leave them anyways. I was graduating, but it's just been interesting coming here and like being like the freshman again almost, you know, and like having to re-meet people and like, you know, join a team where like now I'm the new person instead of like welcoming the new person in. But so far it's been good. I mean, it's been a good like good changes, you know. I mean, I don't think I could have really stayed in the US for another year for tennis. I mean, I could have, but I just think for me it was better to come here because instead of focusing on the fact that I had to leave my team and I miss them, I can focus on all the nice changes that are here that I get to experience.
Yeah, so how have you enjoyed life here for the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks?
It has been about 3 weeks, I think. Yeah, it's been awesome. I mean, I do miss my car. I will say that. Public transportation has been a new thing for me to understand, but I think I'm slowly figuring it out. It's just fun because I go to tennis practice and I get to hang with all these Brits, all these my British teammates, and then I go to class and my course is pretty much all international kids.
Okay.
So it's like I get a good balance of both, and everyone's just been so sweet and so welcoming. And I'll be honest, the weather here is very similar to Bucknell's weather, okay. So that hasn't really been a shock to me. But yeah, I really love Bath, like the city itself. I think it's so pretty and there's so many things to look at, and yeah, I've really been enjoying my time so far.
Good. So how have you enjoyed your first Super Weekend? I know you've not experienced a home match in Bath yet, but coming here to this setup, what have you enjoyed about having the Super Weekend, playing 2 matches over the weekend?
I think I really enjoy all the teams coming together and like them playing near each other, just because this really feels like how US matches are. Because like I went to a match on Wednesday against Cambridge, and that one was just, you know, it just felt so different from the US that it like took me a second to get used to it, like how they were doing the matches and the fact that like, you know, we were pretty much like on our own figuring things out.
Yeah.
And so coming here and having like, you know, all the coaches, the men's team is here too, and there's a bunch of other teams, and like we're all, you know, playing together like on the court at the same time. Like this really feels more like how the US matches were, so it kind of feels familiar, and I like that, but I also like the other way of doing things too.
So for the first time at the Super Weekend, we've actually had Bath versus Loughborough and Bath versus Loughborough men and women on at the same time. Do you like that, or would you rather the men watch you and then you watch them, or do you like that you're all playing at the same time?
I actually like everyone playing at the same time, just because I feel like you can just put like all the energy just kind of echoes. I mean, you asked earlier what the differences are. The US, I'm used to a much louder environment. Like people are yelling at each other, like they're trying to get from court 1 all the way down to court 6 to hear them, because it was usually all 6 courts were the matches, and we would occasionally split the courts with the men. And I just really love that, because, you know, you can cheer for your own team, you can cheer for the men, like everyone's just kind of feeding off of each other, so I really like this.
Yeah.
But
it is a good atmosphere. It's just very different, especially when you're playing on your own in a tournament and then team environment. It just makes a massive difference. Certainly I felt.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right. Thanks very much for your time. First of all, actually, before I let you go, what are your predictions on these? It's so far been the scarf show, the Ellie scarf show.
She just won that point. She just did a really good job. I think they're both going to do really well. You know, Frankie is, I'm kind of in the same boat of like, you know, new here, kind of freshman vibes. Is like, you know, we both came from different schools and came here, but I think she's really loving it too, and she goes back there and just hits the crap out of the ball. Like, she hits it so hard. So I think she's going to do just fine. And Scarfy, you know, she'll just hang out there all day. So I think she's going to do just fine. I mean, it looks like she won the first set, so I think she's just going to keep grinding the ball and just stay out there until she wins.
So you are calling a 6-love win again? That's what I heard.
I don't want to jinx that. I don't want to jinx the other two that have to come out, but yeah, that would be nice. I think that'd be a good way to end the weekend.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thanks very much for your time.
Thanks for chatting with me.
Well, that was Daniela Bellini. Great to hear from a Bath team member herself. And let's just turn our attention to the action on court 6, where it is the Ellie Scarf show. She's an undergraduate at Bath doing a sports performance BSc. Unfortunately, has struggled from not one but 2 dislocations in both knees, but certainly doesn't look like she's struggling out there today. She is a set and 1 love up. Does a lot of coaching at Bath as well. And her fun fact is that she just got engaged. So shout out to her fiance Tom, and also Teresa and Steve Scarf, if you're watching. Her opponent, Danielle Latter of the University of Loughborough, this side and serving. Well, we heard from Daniela Bellini there, and she was singing the praises of her teammate Ellie Scarf, and I can see why. She plays in the number 3 position. Not their typical lineup. It was Amy Redmond who played yesterday, so clearly an injury from Loughborough. But they are the defending champs. They did win the league last year. However, they've had 3 of their top players leave them, and boy oh boy, can that make a difference. All credit to Bath, though, who have put on an absolute spectacle so far. They are 2 love up with some very solid doubles performances. Scarf didn't feature in the doubles. It was Freya Davies and Orla Cooper, the number 1 pair, who had a very convincing 6-1, 6-1 victory, as did the number 2 pair from Bath. And now Scarf in the singles finds herself a set and 2 love up. Yeah, very, very solid there from Scarf, really using her power on her forehand.
It's a very aggressive very aggressive, but also very solid at the same time. She's finding a nice happy medium at the moment. It's really working well for her.
Yep, she's got a big serve, has a pretty aggressive court position. Clearly loves her forehand. We've seen her on numerous occasions, her move around that backhand to play the forehand inside out, forehand inside in as well. Yeah, great play. And again, Scarf is another example of someone who loves the team environment. And we see that so often amongst these university players. They love playing for their team, not just playing individually. It can have a very, very different feel to it. And Ellie Scarf, the mother hen of the team, I'm told.
Heard of worse nicknames.
What was your nickname?
Oh, it's that guy again.
Yeah, nice mix up there from Scarf. That's what I like so much about her game. She does have those weapons and those big shots, but she's also able to add that variability as well. It's not just whack, 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 which so often it is in women's tennis. Can also be an effective strategy. Tried it myself, didn't always work. What I'm seeing from the Bath girls, though, Scott, is such a cohesive team dynamic and clearly all very, very committed. We heard that from Procky, otherwise known as Craig Proctor, who's the Bath team coach. And those girls train 4 times a week.
Yeah, it's great to see, and you really do get the sense that it does come out on the court, and they look like they're having fun whilst playing some really competitive matches, which is it's great to see.
Well, you can tell when a team are actually friends with one another and when they're just forced to play with each other. Yeah, much more aggressive tennis from Latta. That's what she's going to need to do. Step up the court. Take the opportunities when they come available.
Yeah, rumour has it she is better in the latter stages of the matches.
Oh dear.
I had to, sorry.
I apologise to everyone listening. Yeah, great tennis there from Ellie Scarf. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yep, within a foot of the line, and then within a foot of the line at the other side. It's pretty much unplayable, to be honest.
Yeah, much better from Danielle Latta. Some better points there from Danielle. I think it's the returning that's making the difference, perhaps anticipating the serve of her opponent. Just a classic case of overpressing there.
From a couple of metres behind the baseline there.
Be interesting to see the stats on the power there of Ellie Scarf, because I wonder whether she's taken a little bit of pace off her forehand. Maybe something to do with the new balls or old balls.
Oh,
wow!
The same point run twice there. Unbelievable.
I don't think either of them deserve to lose that point. incredible hustling from both players. And Latta can only smile.
But you're absolutely right, Pippa. With no ball change in these matches this weekend, after setting a bit, the balls are going to fluff up. They're not going to go through the court as quickly. So the power injected into the ball will need to be more to get the same end result.
And so it remains the Ellie Scarf show, and she now has a set and 3-love lead, and only 3 games away from securing the draw for the University of Bath at the very minimum. However, it's also looking pretty promising on court 5, where the number 4 singles is currently all in the favour of Bath. They are a set and 2-1 up. Should they secure both of these singles victories, that will indeed secure them the overall tie. However, as we heard from Daniela Bellini, they are going for that clean slate. Scott, it's an interesting point you make there on the balls, and a question that we so commonly get asked as well is, how much difference does the string tension make?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's well, a big difference. The looser your strings are, it basically acts as more of a trampoline effect. So you can get more power out of the ball and a bit more spin, but you lose control. Whereas if your strings are tighter, you've got more control. But you can't hit the ball as hard. And I would always say that with older balls, you kind of want to move towards a looser string. So it can make a difference, especially when there is no ball change. These players have to adapt their games, whether they've got a different racket with them, with looser tension or something like that. They just have to adapt their game style. But it's a slightly different challenge to that you get at a main draw of an ITF or a tournament like that.
Well, Danielle Latta clearly struggling a little bit on her serve. Not as much the forehand though. Definitely seeing a little bit more aggression, seeing her swing much more freely on that forehand wing.
Very good forehand there by Ellie Scarf. Took that ball on the rise, not an easy shot. And she went short inside out, forced the error.
Yeah. Well, what about that one, hey?
Anything you can do, I can do better. Very good.
Ball's dropping just a little bit short there from Scarf. Again, perhaps it is something to do with the ball's getting a little more fluffed up. Her teammates backing her from the balcony. We hear them loud and clear. Well, Latta is on the board for the first time this set. It is still a 3-1 lead, though, to the University of Bath.
Great pass there by Ellie Scarf. Got low, really wrapped her left hand around that one, got the ball up and over the net, but also dipped it once it was over there. Great pass.
Yeah, that's perfect placement there from Scarf. Within inches of the line, both the baseline and the tram line.
Good decision to go back in behind there, so that Latta was trying to get to her left as quickly as possible. Just went back in behind.
Well, when you are as athletic as Danielle Latta is, it's a very good shot to play because she'll have recovered so far.
Scarf starting to find her range again. Better depth, forcing the error.
Looks like it's a very similar situation over on court 5, a set and 4-1 to the University of Bath, and they are running away with it. Both the same scoreline, so I wonder, are they going to be having almost a little mini competition, seeing who can finish first?
Race to the finish.
Exactly. Is there sort of kudos involved with who can actually get that finishing match and secure the tie, or is it just a team atmosphere and whoever can do it, doesn't matter, it's just as long as you get the win in the end?
I think based on our discussions with the two Bath players already, Davies and Bellini, I'm thinking that there is none of that, no. I'm thinking when I was at Stirling there would have been for sure. Just a little bit of extra bragging rights, but all fun and games. But these girls seem to be very, very tight and yeah, together.
Yeah, well, it's a very committed team. They are all very focused. That's what struck me about Ellie Scarf. She has remained very level-headed. We've hardly heard a peep out of her. That said, though, she is in a very promising position and hasn't had to work too hard, let's say, to secure the set and 4-1 lead. they'll win anyway.
Oh, too good. It's actually a shot from Latta. I think she could use a little bit more. She had a good serve there, and second ball she took the backhand early before even the top of the bounce, and actually got herself in charge of the point really well. I think to force Ellie Scarf into a couple more errors, I think she might want to try and do that. Oh, you know, I'll just do that.
Either work. Well, I'm seeing some great anticipation actually from Ellie Scarf. A couple of points in the last game where Latta has been able to dominate with her forehand, but Scarf reading the play pretty well, getting behind the ball.
Yeah, better play again. Really, really alert to that short return, taking advantage.
Yeah, much better play from Danielle Latta. Great to see her fighting till the end as well.
It's a pretty ominous situation she finds herself in, but yeah, trying to dig deep, never giving up, and you never know, things can happen.
Stranger things have happened. I've certainly lost tennis matches from pretty much unlosable positions, let's put it that way.
Oh no. I'd love to hear about one of those occasions. But maybe that's for another time.
I think I'll save them for a rainy day. Yeah, a few signs of nerves creeping in for Bath. Yeah, that's a fantastic shot. And she's been so successful with the smash, has Ellie Scarf, but that one just a little bit too central. Danielle Latta, a really good athlete. just a few errors creeping in from Ellie Scarf. Perhaps trying to over push a little bit. Maybe that's why those errors are creeping in, because as soon as she gets the ball in her hitting zone, that's Danielle Latter's response. And if anything, that's going to at least add a little bit of pressure. Maybe make Scarf feel like she needs to do a little more with the ball. Hence the few errors that have been creeping in, but still she is in a winning position, a set in 4-3, and I can confirm that court 5 has now finished. It is the University of Bath with the victory. Straight sets victory over Loughborough University, which at the very least now secures them a draw, so it is up to Ellie Scarf to bring home the victory.
Clincher.
Exactly, the clincher, as they call it in collegiate tennis in the US.
I think it's going to be an interesting game, this next one. At 4-1, maybe Latter can relax a little bit, try something. It's, well, worst case scenario, I'm going to lose anyway. She was in a losing position. Now she's actually got herself back into the match. Is she going to be able to keep doing the same sort of things, or is she going to maybe become a little bit tentative?
Well, it's that semi-tank we were talking about yesterday, isn't it? Yeah. You know, it's not that Danielle Latter isn't trying, but she was in a losing position and it's very easy for her to swing. But all of a sudden, you know, she hits 3, 4, 5 winners and we're nearly back on even ground.
Oh, too good. Manoeuvring the ball around.
Yeah, well, if she carries on like that, it's going to be a bit of a battle for Ellie Scarf to close this out. Bit of a hook there from Danielle Latter. Just maybe let the ball get a little bit close to her. This is the time though where you think Latter just needs to make that first serve. Hasn't had an overly high first serve percentage so far in this match. But this is what you think Coach Joe on the side is going to be telling her.
I think that that backhand might have hurt her wrist a wee bit. She's moving it around just before the serve. Yeah.
Just feel
there it is again.
She almost wants to take a little bit of pace off that first serve, doesn't she? Maybe even go with a second, make her opponent play. She can't afford to be hitting double faults like that at this point in the match.
Yeah, she's done something to her wrist, I think, with that backhand. Tough to serve after that, in fairness. And the error gives Bath the break. Double fault and a very edgy forehand there from Scarf. Didn't quite get up to the ball. Just wrapped her wrist right over the top of it into the net. Smart. She takes a little bit extra time before this serve. Love 30. Scarf there. Took a little bit of time before the serve, made sure she found the first serve and worked the point from there. Just got to take it one point at a time when trying to serve out the match.
Yeah, bit of a tentative forehand there from Ellie Scarf, but perhaps even more of a tentative backhand. It is now 30-all. Ellie Scarf is 2 points away from sealing the victory, and it looks like over on court 5 they are waiting until this match is finished before Freya Davies, the number 2 player for Bath, takes to the court. Oh, what a backhand. Read the point so well. Knew exactly where that volley was going.
Up the bar.
That's University of Bath male athlete Matt Doe you just heard there.
Well, it's great to see such a supportive team atmosphere, to say the least. Well, that's one way to save a match point, isn't it? She seems to play better. Well, I just feel after that backhand down the line, Scarf could have taken a few steps forward and taken the next ball out of the air. But maybe just a bit of nerves creeping in. Obviously felt a little bit tentative. I think early on in the match, that's one she would have taken out of the air. But unsurprising.
It's a generous call.
Very, very generous call. I think coach on the sideline thought it might have just been long, but great to see good sportsmanship. She wasn't sure, so she called it in, and that's what you have to do. But a great serve to back it up. And now Ellie Scarf has another match point. And this time I'd like to see her step up, move forward. She's been doing that so well. Well, it is just wide, and in fine fashion, it is Ellie Scarf with the victory, and a straight sets victory at that. She has sealed the win for the University of Bath. They are now 4 rubbers to 0. And what a match. A few signs of nerves at the end there from Ellie Scarf, but pretty dominant throughout. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, agreed. She played generally a very good match, I think. As it got towards the latter stages, she backed off a little bit, got a little bit edgy, and actually was fortunate to get out of that last game in the end. But overall, I mean, very good performance. I'm sure she'll be happy with it.
Yeah, absolutely, and a fantastic performance from Bath overall. They are looking very, very strong. Still yet to lose a rubber. Of course, we do have 2 more singles who will take to the court. The number 2 and the number 1 in the lineup. However, that does bring our commentary to a close. Thank you so much for joining. The stream will continue, but Scott and I will be saying goodbye to you for the time being, and we will catch you shortly.
Have a very good evening, folks.
welcome to Six Ways, and it is the day of the week that we oh so love. It is BUCS Super Rugby Wednesday.
Every game, every minute does not matter. It is the here and now, and that's why we love Cup Final Rugby.
We know how much history is in the place, we know how much pride there is in everything that we're doing. We'd love to put a bit of a spectacle on show and just play some proper rugby.
History suggests this is going to be a tight one.
Ball off the top now, Tom Hitchcock crashes, Tom Hitchcock goes, Tom Hitchcock scores!
That's going to be a try for Merrill Smith.
Ollie Walker and then Nick Jonas gets Durham's first try of the final.
To go direct, a big rampaging run and taking Ellen Bobby's with her. That's Amy down, and that's a try.
There it is, finally, the Palatinate wall yield. Exeter back in the final.
Marbury, who are the queens of BUCS women's rugby.
Have it, your Women's National League Cup champions for 2020.
Exeter win the penalty. The green machine explodes. But Super Rugby bleeds green. The cut is the glory that will live with them forever.
Good ball.